we supposed to be using? Okay, is that... There we go. We have that working. Properties. Default. Okay, now the audio seems to be working. There we go. Okay, had a mini heart attack there. Okay. Gamers, gooners, and casuals, thank you all for showing up and joining me today. We're just going to be playing more Legends... Legends Z to A because I'm obsessed with this game. Now, as I'm getting this started, I want to be abundantly clear. I did some grinding off stream. Now, what does that initially mean? I caught some Pokemon out in the wild, I did some Pokemon battling, and I did some exploring. I also got my character updated a little bit with their luck. So look at the current party right now. We have Dundee has evolved. She is now a level 22 Croconaw. Pidgeotto, level 19 Bird. Ekans, level 16 Snake. Fluffles, put back on the team, level 15. Then Spinarak, level 19. I do like Spinarak, I like Ariados, so gonna keep him on the team for a bit. And then Spewpa, just leveling up so I can get a Vivillon and then calling it good there. That's just what I currently have on the team, and I have not finished the actual... Oh yeah, I never caught the Electrike there. I need to do that. But, so... Wild Zone 1 is complete. Wild Zone 2, haven't encountered the Pokemon there. Haven't been to 6, but I went to a couple to... What is it? Jean Plaza, was it? Yeah, Jean Plaza, Cafe Action I found somehow. Galerie de la Lune, I checked that out a little bit. Wild Zone 3, I caught everything I could find there. Wild Zone 4, just about everything I could find there. Rouge Pokemon Center, but I got some things figured out and I found some places. And I've just been trying to upgrade my character's look because, quite honestly, this is the best I could find so far for male fashion that I like. Because this is kind of supposed to be more of my self-insert, and the issue with that is a lot of the fashion here is not something I'd wear. I also found out the game kind of lied. You can change all of these settings once you start playing the game, so I think they put in a generic disclaimer and forgot to remove it. I think that's kind of funny because, yeah, I can get rid of my dark circles, but I'm keeping them because looking perpetually tired is the peak of comedy to me. Can I? Yeah, I need to change my photo. Take new photo. That's hilarious. Okay, that's kind of funny, the fact that I can do different poses. Hold on. What's the dumbest one I can do? I don't like that. I think I like hey hey hey. So we're just gonna do this. Hey Bulbacue, what's up? Just messing a little bit with some of these settings. Then I just want it for Spinarak too. Yeah. Oh, that's bad. No, hold on. Gonna do that. That looks better. Okay, good, I can at least change that, because the original photo is funny, but I need to have my actual character look and be updated a bit. I am glad, though, that they brought a lot of the music and everything back from X and Y. Oh shoot, Pokemon caught at level 25 or below will listen to my commands. Oh no. Dundee's getting... She might not listen to me. I haven't got to actually hear my game because my capture card is hella L. I just bought the generic one off of Amazon and I've just been using that. I haven't had too many issues with it so far. But of course, we'll have issues with everything. That's just how tech works. So I need to get back here so I can do... I'm just gonna travel back to that Pokemon Center. Just so I can fast travel back. Lost balls. Thank you. I'm glad that... Yeah, I like how this game just goes, yeah, if you throw a Pokeball and you miss, this guy just picks him up and gives him back to you. It's very convenient for the moments where you press the wrong button. Muddy doesn't grow on trees, but you should keep your eyes peeled for sparkling things on the ground. Pick them up, sell them, you can become rich in no time at all. Some tiny mushrooms on the ground so you can see for yourself, sell them at the Pokemon Center. Oh, good, extra money. Sparkles do just keep on coming back. That is true. But yeah, so I choose me or stream hearing at the moment and stream wins. That's understandable. That's understandable. I would have done the same. Water? Ooh, my back.
Oh, pardon me, dear. Are you here to help with my request? I lost my ring here in the Dormez Bien Cemetery.
Dorme? Wait. This is French. It would be Dorme Bien? Dorme Bien Cemetery.
You see, and it's very important that I get it back. Oh gosh, my poor back. I was visiting a loved one's grave when a wild Pokemon, of all things, jumped out of nowhere.
Thinks the game is legit entertaining and also easy slash challenging, but only about 3% of the way in. I'm not very far into this game. Like, this is a main quest that gives you 3 side quests to complete to finish the main quest. I've literally just been running, since the game turned me loose, I've been running around fucking around in the city to capture Pokemon and train up my team and evolve shit. Because I wanted extra TMs for my party. I maybe, honestly, if you lock in, you'd probably catch up to where I am in about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not that far ahead. Did it ever give me a fright? I tumble from the shock and my, what a mess it was.
Wild Pokemon running all over Lumiose. The cemetery turned into a wild zone. Why, I would never have lost my ring if not for this nonsense.
I'm gonna be honest, the cemetery turning into a wild zone is probably for your protection, Grandma. I've gotten literally 1 letter and I do the same thing. Ah, fair enough.
At any rate, it was a Pokemon.
Sableye! Oh my gosh, yes, please. I have been looking for my boy. Anyway, this Pokemon called Sableye that jumped out and gave me such an awful fright. Hells yeah, he did. As I recall, the particular species is weak only to the fairy type, so mind yourself if you run into it. Oh, I will. I'm catching him. Yes! Oh my gosh, I spent so much of yesterday not being able to get a Sableye. Oh my gosh. 5 hours in, and I could have gotten a Sableye if I actually did the main quest instead of fucking around. Okay, well, so I've made this mistake, but I'm not going to make it anymore. Okay, Sableye, I need you. Please come back. Now, they say somewhere in here she dropped her ring. Ah, okay. Dig, Spinnerack. Perfect, thank you. Oh, you're overleveled. Why am I worried? I forgot I did grinding off stream so that I wouldn't have to worry about this. Okay, Shadow Sneak, please. Oh, we didn't quite take out the Ghastly. It's fine. She said somewhere she was visiting a grave. Ton of great mons in 230 roster, and I'm frankly impressed given Scarlet and Violet catering to Bart. They really did. As much fun as I did have with Scarlet and Violet, it's just, I wasn't the biggest There's just too many issues with Scarlet and Violet that I can't, in good faith, defend anything Scarlet and Violet's really done. Okay. Here it is. Sableye. I need you. Also, where's the grave? You said you were visiting a loved one's grave and dropped a ring. My boy! My boy, you're here! Alright. Hells yeah, we're battling Sableye. We're catching it. I do like the coat and how the coat looks. Being the minority of this game. I mean, it depends. Oh, you bet your ass that I'm in a battle with him. Alright, Spinnerack. Mega Sableye is just super cool. Just in case. No! What? Oh. Oh, am I not supposed to catch it? Oh, man. Oh. Oh, that hurts. Okay, hold on. I refuse to be defeated this easily. So Sableye doesn't actually show up here. Where does Sableye show up at? Because I've seen it. So it should be somewhere, right? There should be more. So he's not in any of the wild... He's not registered to any of the wild zones. So if that's the case... Pokedex. Never seen. Sableye has to be in my Pokedex, so I need to be able to... Yeah. Habitat. Damn it. They dangle my boy in front of me and I really can't get him. No. Alright, alright. Fine. If it's under investigation, that means it opens up and I'll discover him later. Ah. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but... That's just how the game is. I'm just gonna have to deal with it for now. Okay, we'll just Shadow Sneak. Thank you, Spinnerack. Oh man, that hurt, and that's also embarrassing that I couldn't catch a Sableye. That's it. That's your ring. Yeah, here's your ring. I've lost the wind in my sails. Ma'am, I must remind you that Sableye eat gems. That's kind of like their preferred food. So it's not so much that it has a good taste in the sense of fashion. It has good taste in the fact that your rock look delicious. Oh, yeah, for Area 1. Hold on. So when you went to Sableye in the cemetery, okay, yeah. Thank you. A Sableye is gonna eat it if it makes off with your ring again. So, go for it. Kentucky Cave Goblin is boy. So, I hope it brings the Sableye some happiness. Yeah, it'll bring the Sableye happiness. And a satisfied taste, hopefully. Or it's good taste, whether it's wild Pokemon or not. Okay, going back to Looker Bureau. But yeah, hold on, I need to use the right button prompt. Yeah, so when you go to Area 1, with Wild Zone 1, that's the full roster for everything in there. What I found is everything besides the Pichu and the Pidgey are in this first area. Pidgey's on the rooftop, and then Pichu's just right here. You have to sneak up on the Pichu to grab it, and then on the rooftop, just look to your right as you're climbing up the ladder from the lake and going over, and you'll get the Pidgey. Yeah, that's how I got my Pidgey. You can also get Pidgey around the city. Pidgey and Fletchling just spawn around the city, kind of like Kakuna will be on random trees, and Spinarak will hang from trees as well. Okay, so Looker Bureau was right over here. I think they did a good job designing the city so far because it's felt like a big city. It's memorable, so I feel bad when I'm dumb and I don't quite remember everything. But it's also really well designed. It does feel like a big city. This is the best Pokemon's ever done with building a city before. Holovator? Don't really get how Holovators work, but they got some fancy tech that warps you up and down. Shocked how cool they are, they gotta give you... Thank you for the paralyzed heals, I kinda need them. So basically only go back if I need Pichus again. Yeah, I just got the Pichus because you get 1,000 Mabel points if you completely get a whole, whatchamacallit. If you get like the full Pokemon discovered in one of the wild areas, you get like 1,000 points for it. So it's very helpful. Okay. Oh, that is a Pidgeotto, and I am not sure I'm the right level for that. So we are going to ignore it. No, I'm with you, Bulbacue. Quite honestly, I kind of hope that in the future we get some other side games that really build out some of the bigger cities from each game. Because Unova had some massive cities that I would love to see done in this scale. Also, just every region I think has like one city that I think would look really good if we had it like this. But X and Y with the camera controls on the 3DS, I'm not the biggest fan of Lumio City. It was always a hassle to get around, but get around it I had to. Climb on up here, okay. Hi. Is that a Cleffa? This game also hands out crap all the time. I enjoy it, but also, hot dang. Get some Mega Shards. Oh, that's a Panpour over there. Oh! There's two of the monkeys, and you... Gonna get you in the back. Celadon and Saffron for Gen 1. Ecruteak for 2 are all really good candidates for this. Yeah, absolutely. I would also say Olivine City could be, if done right, Olivine City might be really interesting to see in this scale. Ecruteak has better art style, but I could see Olivine being really fun. Could you also imagine Fortree City from Gen 3? Oh, you do make Link grunts, like in Legend of Zelda, when you fall. Okay. And then Bulbacue, I don't know if you've noticed or made this comparison yet, but one thing that I really dislike in this game is how they optimize the speed for the follow Pokemon. If I'm running out, not even at full gate, most of my Pokemon can't keep up like this. But if I walk, Spinarak's gonna walk, then run, walk, then run. They have the same issue as Sword and Shield, so I'm not the biggest fan of the following mechanic. Because they could have done a tether system. This one just hurts. Olivine was the lighthouse one, right? Yep. Olivine was the coastal city with the lighthouse in Gen 2. Because for me, my starter was Totodile, and Totodile couldn't keep up with me. Dundee did her best, but she was also sprinting and then jogging. Yeah. I mean, Slateport City being my favorite city in all of Pokemon definitely has me biased. They have sound design for clapping with gloves, but we still don't have any voice acting. I knew you'd have no problem handling all those cases. We wrapped up our discussion while you were on the job too. Cool. Emma's very W. Oh, for sure. The scene where she first appears, you get her ass. And I think the Pokemon company started to catch on to the fact that people are paying a little too much attention to the dog's ass, that they're like, no, we need somebody with absolute cake in the beginning of the game. Like, I straight up, hold on, because I just need to go to the album real fast. Because I took some screenshots of things happening, but I remember, yeah, first appearance. You just get ass right from the get-go. Which I appreciate, don't get me wrong, I do appreciate it. Oh yeah, also when I was screwing around, I found, I think I found the Yakuza. I think there's the Yakuza in this game, in the Blue District. At the very least, this feels like the Yakuza. Anyways, sorry, back to the actual game. Is it a case? Well, so I'm looking for someone. Aren't we all? I hated every character design from the last game. It felt very left-wing in character design. I mean, the last game really just... There was nothing interesting from any of the characters. Nimona was kind of the best. And that's not saying much, because Arven had to be a mix between the two professors, Sada and Toro. And so I think Arven was fine as a disheveled teenager. Nimona was the best put together and she looked good. Carmine from the DLC, I will say Carmine seemed pretty cool. I didn't play the DLC and I didn't buy it because I didn't care that much for Gen 9. But they really didn't do much. Also, the customization for the main character and like the main game without DLC was awful. I hated it so much. And we did win. We won hard. These designs are stellar. Like, this game is tons of female mega buff hikers, creepy old men, and Penny. Yeah, I agree with you on those ones, yeah. That's the reason I came to Lumios, and it's what Emma's looking into for me. I'll tell you all about it another time. Ma'am, you kidnapped me. Today is day 3 I've been in this damn city. And now I'm helping a detective with detective work. And you're keeping secrets from me? Are you kidding me? You didn't even offer compensation or pay. I'm only getting paid from doing Emma's job for her? And for the winnings I get from the ZA tournament. You're not paying me. So Emma, what do you think? Quail's got real promise, right? I hope I do. However, I like how the fact that you can do eye bags in this game is probably my favorite thing, because I just look so fucking tired and so done with everyone as I'm looking at them, and I really enjoy this. Yeah, you scouted a gem of a trainer, Tawny. In fact, I may just ask him to help the next time a tricky side mission comes in. I'll do anything for that ass. As thanks for your work today, I'll share some info with you that all Lumios trainers should know. I'm assuming a trainer of your skill is already familiar with Pokemon evolution, right? I've got a few of them. Well, some Pokemon can evolve when certain conditions are met. Glad to know that you're just gonna tell me. By evolving, Pokemon get even stronger. Here in Lumio City, there's an evolution that transcends all of other evolution. It's called... Dramatic pause. Mega Evolution. Yeah, I've kind of noticed you got the Mega Stone in your bodysuit. It'll probably be faster if you see it for yourself instead of having me explain it. Come join me out front, won't you, Quail? Come on, let's follow Emma outside. I like how I just hesitate while having the eye bag, just like, really? Are you serious? Spinarak, come on out. As a small business owner, I can deeply appreciate that Emma has a whole damn bakery according to Twitter. Yeah, you and me both, Bulbacue. You and me both. You know, I saw you battle last night, but I like to judge your strength for myself. How about it? Will you battle me? Crap, I guess. Alright, Spinarak. We're gonna abuse Dig as much as we can. The streamer Neuro, I believe, used Grok to animate Emma's ass getting pounded by herself. Bring it on. But yeah, it's been interesting. If you want to learn about Mega Evolution, then show me your true strength. I wonder what Emma's got in store for you. Tawny, you're not helping. You are challenged by Detective Emma. Okay. Good thing Spinarak has Dig. Though I thought you were going to show me Mega Evolution. Mareep can't... Alright, Mareep's down. Really? I one-shot your sheep and I win? That's it? Really? That? Maybe I shouldn't have been grinding off to the side and building up a team, because... Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie though, that smile is precious. We're saving a picture of that. On a more critical note for this game, the control scheme is hard to translate from Arceus. It really is. Screw battle, I can tell you're the type of trainer that I like. Here, I'll heal up your hard-working Pokemon. I one-shot your sheep with a spider. The Reaper Sentinel battle can evolve into a Pokemon called Flaffy, which can then evolve into Ampharos. Yes, I have a Flaffy on my team named Fluffles. Ampharos, you're up next. Come on out. Oh. Okay. My boy. With my Keystone and Ampharos' Megastone. Where is Ampharos keeping the Megastone? We can Mega Evolve. Let's go, Ampharos. It's Mega Evolution time. At least we know which one is the diva between the two. And it's not Emma. Look at that majestic hair. Oh, it's beautiful. L'Oreal, because you're worth it. Spinarak was one of the few Pokemon on my team that could learn Dig. And because Dig, if you use it right, you can avoid an attack and then just hit them. It kind of became one of the first things I taught Spinarak. Mega Evolution surpasses the limits of evolution to power up Pokemon even further, because when Pokemon Mega evolves, its moves also get more powerful. Instead, pushing the limits of evolution means a Pokemon can't stay Mega evolved forever. See, we gotta try and get good at using Mega Evolution too. Pokemon are amazing. You know what, Quail? I've got a feeling that Mega Evolution will find its way into your life, just like Hotel Z did. Really? I'm in the Kalos region, where this is kind of the thing it's known for? Thanks for coming by today, and thanks in advance for anything you can do to help out. The city is full of people in need, so if you see someone in trouble, just give them a hand just like you did for my clients earlier. Speaking of which, I could use your help too. If you see a black four-legged Pokemon around, be sure to let me know. A black four-legged Pokemon. Are we saying like an Umbreon? Like, is this a dog? Is it a bug? What kind of black four-legged Pokemon are we looking for here? Are we talking like Houndour? Poochyena maybe? I don't know if Poochyena's even in this game, but I've seen Houndour in the city. Get in touch if there's any movement with my case, okay, Emma? Also, can I change my Rotom phone's case? Promotion match announcement for Trainer Quail. Opponent has been decided. Trainer Yvonne. Trainer who wins will be promoted to rank X. Now, do I want to challenge Yvonne, or do I want to take her on a date? Because I'm not gonna lie, I take that to a cafe. If it Mega Evolves, I think it's in ZA. I mean, I would hope so. But there's also the fact that some of the Mega Evolutions are tied to the DLC only area, so there's that as well. Y'all pinged by the ZA Royale app. Guess you know who your next opponent is. You should head to the Battle Zone tonight and duke it out with some trainers to earn points. Good luck, I know you'll do great. After all, helping out those in need takes as much strength as it does kindness. Okay, that's a phrase. See you around then. Are you gonna let Ampharos unmega? Or is Ampharos just gonna... Nah, we're gonna keep it like this. Because Ampharos' hair needs to be appreciated by everybody. Came with some new research. You do for me. Okay. Get a challenger's ticket, then find Yvonne for your promotion match. Well, so now I need to figure out what level cap I want to deal with, because supposedly the level cap I have right now is at 20. My highest is my Croconaut Dundee at 22. So, how do I want to go about this, I guess? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Elevator's right over here, I guess. There's a Noibat. My best was 11. Well, like I said earlier, is after... So when I finished stream this morning, it was 4 in the morning for me. So I went to sleep. And then after stream, after I woke up today, I did some grinding off stream, and that's how I got my extra clothing. I made it to Mabel's research to level 7. Then I just need to open the boxes real fast. Because I didn't really do much of the Heracross. I found out I didn't really like him too much. 2.5 hours. I'm usually further in level though. I mean, fair. But it's also kind of weird. I found a Trubbish, Badoo, Riolu, Bellsprout, Venipede. Cleffa I just found not that long ago. Which, not the best nature on a Cleffa. Abra, I got one, but I don't use Abra or Kadabra that much. Bellsprout. I got a male and a female Litleo. Which... I should probably get one of the fire ones on the team. The game has tons of early text and cutscenes, also not super into. Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna bench Spupa for now. Then I'm gonna throw the male Litleo in, just so I can have a fire move. Because I at least need to see if he's got fire. Yeah, you got Ember. Then go to Satchels, check my bag, TM's Fire Fang. Yeah, but you're Litleo is a special. Like, Pyro is a special Pokemon, so Fire Fang's not the best. Didn't I give... Yeah, I give Fire Fang to Ekans. Okay. Thunder Fang, Aerial Ace. Swift, Dig, Bullet Seed, Mudshot. Okay. 15 on cooldown. That's a long time. Then let's check the candy stuff. I'll use 4 of them on Litleo to get him up a little bit more. So we got him to 10. Idea for a new move. Okay. Iron Zinc. I'm gonna use the Nope, not on you. On Croconaut, because Dundee I want to be as strong as possible. I haven't found the shop for the colorful screw, but I've got a couple of them. Probably not enough to do anything, but I found a few. Mega Shards, almost at 400 now. Ice Stone, nobody can use it. I don't really have anything for... Like, if I evolved the Bellsprout, I'd have something, but... Experience Candy M... I normally... Nah, I'm just gonna keep it as one for now. But I wanted it Litleo just because if I... Because I keep seeing those dried brambles, and I feel like you can burn them. Okay, let's talk to you first. Oh, you want to use the Holovator? Sorry, I'm still working on it. Besides, I'm on my break right now. Oh, I know. Why don't you and I have a Pokemon battle? If I can have a battle, that'll be enough for a break for me. I'll get right back to work afterward. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Let me just, yeah. We can fight my guy. I'm not gonna say no to a battle. Okay, saw me. A Pidgey. Ooh. Okay, let's see how Ekans works. Okay. Oh, you're only level 8. Okay. I feel bad now because I threw a level 17 snake at you. Emolga. Is Emolga gonna be ground-based? I did not see that coming. Okay, Brutal Swing. Can you glare? Oh, so they got rid of the thing where glare affects electric types. Interesting. Badoo. Oh, and I got a fire type move. You're screwed. Good party, though. I like what you got, my guy. Yeah, I kind of have a lot of experience with Ekans. Going back to Gen 1, so... That was a fun battle. I guess it's time for me to wrap up my break. Let me get the Holovator all fixed up. It won't take a minute. Fair? Okay, it's up and running. Yay. Pokemon I used in her battle. I caught them all up on the rooftops. I ran into them while I was on the job too, so I got so focused on catching them, I almost missed break time. Source Pokemon rooftops. Jeez. Okay, so this is the tutorial for, yeah, look at the rooftops and you catch other Pokemon. I see. Well, let's see. Okay, let's also use a Paralyze Heal so you're not stuck. Yeah, my favorite type in Pokemon is the Poison type. They're not always the most... Like, Poison type Pokemon are rarely all that good up until, like, Gen 6. It was really hard to find a use for Poison type Pokemon, but I always use them just because I really like them. I almost always run a Poison type on my teams. For now, I've got Ekans on the team because I just enjoy having Ekans. Oh hey, there is an Emolga. I was wondering. Just gonna... Boys. Yep. Beating fairy types is very helpful. So it is one of the things that I enjoy that the poison type got was being able to take on fairy. It's just, we really don't have much else going for it. Okay, we're gonna try out... Okay, there we go, got him. But yeah, poison types have been my favorite for the longest time. Fairy, Ice, and Grass. Very good types as well. I do like Ice types a lot. I've used them a lot. What on earth is that? Can I... No? I cannot walk on them. That's so weird. Was that a Halucha? Alright, well, I found where I can get a Halucha. Ice is supposedly bad, but I don't mind the glass cannon if it's not a Nuzlocke. I feel like Ice is... Ice Pokemon also just kind of get shafted whenever Game Freak makes them. Because they are not all created equally. Because some Ice Pokemon, like, I love some of them. Like, Frostlass I enjoy. Frostlass is an absolute glass cannon. But that's kind of her whole design, is to be a glass cannon. Might as well just make a use of myself, catch the Pavilion when I can. Never mind. I could not. Pidgeotto over there. I know there's a Pidgeot on that rooftop, and we are not fighting that thing. It's like 32. But yeah, no, it's... I think Ice types are fine in casual playthroughs, but Nuzlocke, they're definitely... They're outgunned just because they don't live anything. But also, certain Ice types are also just not statted well. Like, I love Cloyster. As soon as you have anything that does special damage to it, Cloyster's dead. Oh yeah, Glaceon is difficult to use. Hey, James. Just wanted to pick this up. Okay. Battle zones appear. Check your map to find it. Okay. I can do that in just a second. First, I want to get this. Fall down here. Pick this up. More colorful screws. I hope the colorful screw is not a euphemism for something else. Okay. So the battle zone has appeared. I need to get to a Pokemon Center before I actually do the battle zone. Oh, I can just travel there. And there's side quests too. Ooh, okay. Well, first... I'm gonna run to the Magenta. Because I want to get... my day was good. Today was a lot less chaotic at work, which I very much appreciate. Because, oh my goodness, yesterday I wanted to tear my hair out. Today, though, it was a lot more relaxed. So we were able to I was able to actually do my job without having any issues. Lost Pokeballs, I can wait for that. First, Bonsoir. Heal my Pokemon, please. But yeah, no, overall my day's been pretty good. Just been trying to figure things out, get through the day. And I'm mostly just excited to keep playing this game because I have been getting things figured out. I will register my birthday another time. Then look for you. Then I'll run over to there. Yeah, how's your day been though? Why is there the child? What do you want, child? Do you know I can slithers? Where does the tail start? Does it have a body or is it all body? Great, if I see one up close. Mom says Pokemon the wild zones are safe to go near. Well, yeah, I happen to have a very powerful Ekans. It's almost an Arbok. My boy. Cans. But yeah, as far as ice types go, I think when it comes to ice type Pokemon, it just depends on its secondary typing. Mamoswine is good, but I honestly just prefer like the water ice types because they typically have better defense. Like Dugong is one of my favorite water type, like water Pokemon of all times. And Cloyster is cool, but Cloyster it's a fully defense Pokemon. As soon as anything special goes, it dies. Not really been this optimistic and excited since almost a decade ago about Pokemon. That's fair. I think I was excited when the new Pokemon Snap came out, but that's kind of really been it. It's fine, I didn't go to school today because I was sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, man. I do hope you feel better soon, because being sick sucks, especially this time of year. One thing I've learned about Ekans, it's really cute. She appreciates being told that she's cute. You know, I wasn't here to do much because I didn't want to be around a child, but you know what? I support this. Go get a snake, girl. Ekans is amazing. Arbok is even better. Ooh, I get Pekka berries. Okay. Well, glad you're making bank. I'm running into here to see who I can battle. Oh, yeah, they mentioned the cards would be on the ground. Bonus cards can be varied places. Special cards earn additional points or medals if you fulfill conditions listed on them. Carry up to 3 cards at a time. Really? Land hits with flying moves. I do have a Pidgey. Super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. We can do that. Okay, we got this first jump on her. And another Cleffa. I don't have anything with a good poison attack, though. Cool. Care for some prize medals. You're giving me extra? Okay. Interesting choice. So if I beat you up for your lunch money, you'll give me more lunch money. Venipede, okay. Well... Oh. You know what? Fine. I was trying to end your Venipede suffering faster, but here we go. Super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Yep. Hit flying type moves. Yeah, we're just gonna swap you out, so that way I can use the flying type move stuff. Because there is... Aerial Ace. There we go. Me and knock out unaware opponents with the first blow. Yeah, that one was pretty... That felt like such a dick move, I'm not gonna lie. How badly do you want to screw people over? I want to make sure that they don't even get a chance to attack. Esper, It really feels like that stat moves don't seem to be the most, I would say, efficient use of your time. Oh, I've been challenged first. I also don't like how this game incentivizes that you just have to attack first or else your opponent gets the drop on you. Not the biggest fan of how that mechanic has been playing out so far. So I'm 500 points away from getting something else. Immediately knock out unaware opponents with the first blow. Oh, yeah. Okay, Pidgeotto, we're getting the drop on him. Okay. That feels super wrong and awful. What? Oh yeah, you're getting growth off? That's not happening. It's taking that off. I think we got, yeah, 1,000 points. We're at promotion. Care for a cup of coffee? Man, why is everything coffee based? I know I'm the weird one because I don't like coffee, but man, use super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Okay. Well, we're grabbing prize medals because I need money. I need a lot of money because I could barely afford the fashion I currently have, and I'd like to upgrade my drip into something better. Super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Oh, don't worry. I've... Okay. Just beating a child. Yeah, I figured I'd better at least try this thing. You know, kid, I'm glad that you're at least trying it. Because trying something new is always good. But at the same time, one should know their limits. Alright, X scissor. Then we'll dig so you can't attack. Not really a coffee guy myself. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because I don't mind coffee, it's just... I just never liked the taste. Like, I know a lot... My mother tried to get me hooked on it when I was a kid because she liked it back in the day. But I was just... my grandmother raised me a lot when I was a kid, and so I was kind of more raised as a tea snob. So tea was always kind of my thing. I have a victory gift for me. Cans of lemonade. Okay, 5 cans of lemonade. I'll take that. Happily take that. That's amazing. Okay. Got some research, got some goodies. Let's see, what card is this? Then hits with a grass type move. I don't have anybody with grass type moves on the party. And I don't want to... Northern sweet tea, half cup of sugar per gallon. That, yeah, that checks out. Okay, so Spinnerack, we're gonna swap out Poison Sting with Absorb just so we can land it on somebody. Okay. Swapping you out though because I just don't want to deal with Spinnerack getting knocked out. Pidgey, okay, yeah. The bird trainer is not the best to take a Spinnerack against. It's my jam. I don't love it when it's 2 to 3 cups according to the average Wilford Brimley here. I can see that. Okay. Spinnerack, you're up. Just need to hit another grass type move for the sake of hitting it. Absorb, then we're gonna dig. Yeah, I just prefer tea in general. Like, Egyptian licorice is kind of one of my favorite blends. There's also a whatchamacallit. Oh, I'm trying to think of it. Because the other tea blend I normally drink a lot is a pomegranate raspberry that I enjoy immensely. I don't know why, it's just something I found, and I absolutely enjoy it. Pokemon were caught off guard? Oh no. Well, we're gonna dig. So that move misses. And take out the Houndour. But yeah, a lot can be said about how much sugar people throw into tea. Because there's a rhyme, there's a reason, there's a limit. Because some people really just can't drink tea for the sake of tea. They really just need to have it drowned in sugar. And for me, I just can't get behind it. It always just bothers me. Okay, so we got all this. Oh hey, let's Shadow Sneak the Honedge. Yeah, where can I get my own Honedge? Because that'd be fun. I'm also curious to see how it would work out. But yeah. X's are from here should hit. There we go. Now we took him out. Okay, that should get us into, I think, close to... Yeah, we're over 1,000 medals. I'm good. Matcha can be good, but I like the flavor profile and stuff rather than as a plain tea drink. I'm with you on that one. Because I can understand why people want to go for it, but there is a limit to things. So with normal type moves, I don't care. Super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Well, I should probably just go to my promotion match. Yeah, matcha is alright. I'm not the biggest fan when I've had it before. I think it's situational for me, because I've had it in some things and I've thought it's really good. Other times, I've not been the most impressed by it. But green tea I've enjoyed a lot, and black teas I have had a lot of. Because back in the day, I used to drink Earl Grey and English breakfast a lot. I like vanilla chai and Earl Grey. Yeah, Earl Grey. Earl Grey's really good. You certainly took your time. I did, yes. I need money. Let's get on with our promotion match already. I'm ready for you. You're gonna lose, but I'm ready for you. UFC match. Yeah, I want to change my Rotom phone case, because having it be this red, I'm not the biggest fan of the color. I'm a busy adult with a lot going on, so I hope we can wrap this up fast. And I just look like I am so tired of your shit already. This will be over in no time. Same for me, English Ireland breakfast is pretty underrated. Right? When I reach rank 8, I'm gonna have Lumio City hold a marathon? Which is why I intend to race through this promotion match in record time. Ah, you're a runner. I respect it. I did cross country, so I'm not a marathon guy per se. But I can respect it. Yvonne the office worker. A Spritzy. Okay. Oh, and I took off my poison attack off Spinnerack. Well. Shadow Sneak. Then we're just gonna absorb. Took that out first. Dundee, you're up. Swirlix. Oh, I didn't know Swirlix could float. Aqua Jet. Then we'll go for an Ice Fang. There we go. What have you got left? I don't want to go home loser, I want to go home a winner. Well, it looks like you're not going to go anywhere, because Dundee was probably going to solo you. Oh, Vivillon, yeah, you're screwed. Aqua Jet. To an Ice Fang. And we'll do a bite for good measure. Hot take, I'm an Aromatisse Slurpuff defender. I may not be the biggest fan of Aromatisse, but I think Slurpuff is cute. Everyone I know pretty much despises them, and I'm like... Because Spritzy I think is fine, I just don't like Aromatisse. However, I haven't had a lot of time and experience with them. I don't hate them, but I'm kind of like that neutral stage of I don't hate them, but I don't like them. They're just kind of okay Pokemon designs for me. But also I don't like a lot of fairy-type Pokemon typically. Some of them I'm okay with, like the older ones that got swapped into fairies, but some of the newer ones I'm really hit or miss on the fairy type. And Yvonne, I don't care if you feel awful. You're gonna run in a suit? Lady, you're beyond crazy. You're running in a suit with bell-bottom pants. That is so not good. Okay, we're up to X. Yeah, I look like I'm ready to sleep. Congrats on the promotion, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to go back and sleep. Probably not gonna happen. No, Naveen's not back yet. I don't think Naveen likes me. I asked you more than once to please send word when you want us to gather. Sorry, we weren't trying to leave you out or anything. We just forgot. Lita, that is such an awful excuse. You've known this dude longer than me. We know you always turn up one way or another when Team MZ's getting together, Naveen. Tawny, what the fuck? That's a very pretty excuse, but I'd rather you just admit you forgot to get in touch. Well, I know how to make up to you. How about we go enjoy the tasty dinner I made? Naveen wasn't excited with the last dinner you made. Are you sure? I thought I smelled your amazing cooking, Tawny. Well, good thing you did, because you sure did. Come on, let's dig in. Do you think it could be any possible tie into the idea that target Pokemon audience is Zoomers Alphas, hence the title? I believe it fully is. They use Zoomer slang. Like, Tawny straight up said, yeah, you got the W when you win, like, when you do something right. This is very much, Tawny's absolutely an Aussie Zoomer. I don't know what it is, but for some reason Tawny to me feels like she would be an Australian Zoomer. One, with how she talks, two, her name and how she, and just everything. I don't know, she strikes me as she would very much be an Australian Zoomer. However, I can't do an Australian accent, so I'm not even trying with Tawny. Naveen, I feel like I need to be a bit more posh and pretentious from England. I read a bunch of Zoomer slang in this game. Yeah, there's a lot of Zoomer slang in this. The localizers are definitely having fun with it. Alright. Also, sorry, I had to drink some water because I was getting thirsty. Oh, the Zygarde cell hasn't left the hotel. Nobody found it while cleaning? That's either you guys are not cleaning or the Zygarde cell is just running around. 11,000 in cash. I enjoy that. Trainers defeated. Oh, hells yeah. 22K. I can get behind that for earnings for a game. Okay, one night and we get some actual money. I might be able to afford some clothing. Because the amount of Pokeballs you get for free while exploring this game is absurd. Do I just sleep in my coat? Morning. Congratulations again on your promotion. Hey, question for you. Why did you join Team MZ? I see your instant curiosity about new people has been activated. ton of people getting this game at midnight were clearly 30 to 50 though when I went to 2 pre-order releases. Yeah, that checks out. Well, don't you want to know more about him, seeing how he's tearing it up in the ZA Royale? I made it to X. It's day 4 in this city for me. Like, okay, I guess. So, why'd you join Team MZ? I joined I guess for Tawny? I can't just say out of curiosity. Very admirable. Bit different from your reason, huh, Naveen? Leave me out of this, please. Want to know why Naveen joined Team MZ? This is an invasion of privacy. Come on, we're all on the same team here. I'm not particularly interested in all of your business, and I wish you'd stay out of mine. They act like you catching a team of 6 is a major accomplishment, so... Oh yeah, for sure. Apparently, we just have to do the bare minimum in a Pokemon game, and we are just hot shit. Fine, here's what we'll do. You two have a Pokemon battle, and you'll have to spill the tea if Quail wins. Lito, what the fuck? I just woke up this morning. Who starts a conversation like this? Why would you suggest that? You know that battling isn't my forte. But your partner Pokemon must be itching for a battle, right? Even so. Okay, it's settled. Out into the courtyard, you two. Lita, what the hell? Like, why do I even bother? Naveen, I'm with you on this. Can I just tell Lita to fuck off? Naveen, I'm sorry, but apparently I'm not allowed to say no in this game to anything. He did want to do this, leave him alone. You know, Bulbacue, you are so right. He does look like he belongs in Bleach. Because I like... If I can just appreciate this real fast. Naveen has a real... I like his jacket because he's appreciating Scrafty. And I think that's really cool. I don't like his tie being out over his sweater because that is just a fashion faux pas. But his hairstyle is really good. I like how he is. He might be pretentious and doesn't like my character, like the main character, but I respect him. I truly do. Also, what's my... Oh, I can evolve Spinarak already? Okay, we're just evolving Spinarak before this fight. Yeah, Naveen may not have wanted to do this, but this is going to be the exhibition match for my Ariados. Spinarak evolved into Ariados. Hells yeah. It gets Swords Dance? Hold on a minute. Wait. I have Focus Energy and Swords Dance? Oh, that's diabolical. You're a physical attacker, so we're gonna get rid of... I just need to absorb for the grass moves. But... Shadow Sneak is gonna be this. I also love how curry's considered a Galar-specific cuisine. I nearly lost it when I read that. Right? Because, real-world stuff. Curry came from India, but the British colonized India, so that's where they got it. I hate the fact that people were rewriting history so that curry's just a British thing. Like, come on. You don't start with beans and toast and get goat curry tandoor. That's such bullshit. But okay, we're just gonna swap Pokemon. Yeah, Ariados, you're going here. Also, can I change your name? Swap Pokemon. Pokemon, change moves, change heal item, restore health, check summary. Change nickname, there it is. Definitely a British thing in the way that pasta is an American thing. Yeah. Okay, female Ariados. Wait. There's an anime homage I need to pay attention to. I just don't remember how to spell the name. Hold on. Hold on. I have an idea. I know what to name her. I know what to name her. I just need to get... See, Rakanera would be interesting. However, what I am looking for is... Where's the name? There is a character that I want to reference. Here. I forgot he was voiced by a woman. Nias, Venus, Oogies, Toughcast. I can't remember all of the names of the characters, because there's one specific. Sorry, the anime I'm referencing is Spider Riders. I just don't remember all their names, because Hunter... Yeah, we're not doing Princess Sparkle. That we're not gonna name her that. Battle Spiders, Venus Flame, Ebony. Hortala. There it is, Portia. Yeah. Sorry. I wanted to reference Spider Riders, but I couldn't remember the name of the spider that I wanted to reference. Okay. Okay, welcome to the Team Portia. We'll see how well you do, because if this game is like any other game, there's going to be power creep, and I'm going to have to overlevel the shit out of her. Queen V is a cool name, too. It is. However, I wasn't sure I wanted to put Queen at the front, because Dundee's kind of the leader of the team. Portia is going to be here. Don't know how it'll come across. We'll see. Ekans is going to get... I like Arbok, but my initial idea for the team is I was going to throw in Dragalge, or Dragalge, however you want to pronounce it, as my poison type on the team. So these two are definitely staying on the team for a while. This one's staying on until I can get a Skrelp. Then these guys are expendable, because Sableye has to come on here eventually. Okay, I am so sorry, Naveen, but I'm gonna have to do it to you. Lita won't let this go until we put it to bed, so I suppose I'll battle with you. Mega Kalosingdra W. Oh yeah. But make no mistake, I'm going to give it my all, because I don't like to talk about my life. I respect it, Naveen. Quail, you ready? Not really, Lita, because I don't want to beat his ass this hard. Scraggy, everyone, let's do this. Oh, he looks so defeated. I respect the hair flip. As somebody with long hair, I respect the hair flip. Oh, you got a spinner rack. Oh, that's cute. He's not living. Shadow Sneak. Shadow Sneak in Scissor Battle. Oh, you have a Sableye first, you bitch. No, this is not standing. You don't get to... Oh, I'm so pissed he has a Sableye before I do. You really want to get to know me this badly? No, I'm just pissed you have a Sableye before I do, you asshole. Insane how he has your tastes. He really does. I didn't realize how much I was going to like this character. He's kind of my favorite of the cast now. He's got good taste in Pokemon, he's got a good design, and I like his personality. Okay, Scraggy. We're gonna do an X scissor first. Yeah, sword dance and an X scissor, that's all I needed. You really are good at this. Thank you. I do try. Looks like I lost. No surprise given your track record in the Royale. I suppose I could stand to learn a thing or two from this. Perhaps I'll rethink Scraggy's moves. You should level up. I beat Scraggy before he could do anything. That's something to remember as your Pokemon grow. You'll need to teach them new moves every so often as they become available to learn them. Nice try, but changing the subject won't work. A promise is a promise, so I'll spill the story for you. Lita, don't. Why are you like this? Here's the sitch. Naveen's grandma won't let him follow his dreams. Right, Naveen? She wanted me to concentrate on improving my test scores, but I was more interested in doing fashion sketches than academics. Understandable. Still, she didn't have to go and throw away all of my sewing equipment. So you stormed out of the house and that's when you ran into Tawny. Yes, she told me about Hotel Z or Z and suggested using it as a studio of sorts. Which is why you hang out here but still have no head. Which is why you hang out here but still have to head to. But still have to head home sometimes, huh? Gosh dang, I got tongue-tied on that. That is not a difficult sentence. Look, I'm sorry, but there's something I just remembered I have to do. I'll see you later. Honestly, Naveen, I respect you so much more after this. He's a shy one, alright. Lita, I liked your design the most. I'm liking your personality less and less. I know what you're trying to do, girly pop. You gotta stop. I'm on my way out too. There's a cafe I've been itching to check out. See ya! Promotion match announcement for Trainer Quail. So far this is Lita at first was a bit more spunky, but now she's just trying to force me to, like, she forced Naveen to fight me. I didn't have a say in it. And then she talked about Naveen's life. It's like, yo, just, I understand you want to get to know me and get to know the group better, so we're a team, but it feels really forced to make a Naveen have to open up like that. Like, I really did not like that. The opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. You are to face trainer Zavi. Trainer who wins will be promoted to rank W. Is that a man or a woman? I already have an Abra. Yes. Man, I think it could be either. I'm not sure. This is also Pokemon France. Okay, I want to check my map. Reaching rank W, so that's where I go for the promotion stuff. Got some side quests. Have these opened up at all? Ah, so that's who appears there. Sableye. Oh, Houndour is in Wild Zone 6. I haven't been there yet. Zone 2, nothing there. Electrike is in 5, and I missed the Electrike because he despawned. No Pokemon. Restaurant, yeah. Passage, Ombrage. Pancham is Wild Zone 3. Okay. So I know some places I can go. I'm gonna run here first, on the off chance that maybe Napoleon Bonaparte. I mean, if I were to say anything about Napoleon Bonaparte, it would be the last respectable Frenchman. But I don't know too much about him personally. I haven't done enough reading to really feel like I have a lock-in on what he stood for and how he handled things. Colorful screws. Much better one's full of color here. I'm just gonna... Thank you. Should try seeing construction. Office further up on the street here on the other side of the road. Ah! So further up is where I can turn in all my screws. For a Canary plush. Increases the prize money you receive by battles a little. Number of mega shards harvested. Less likely to black out from taking damage. Ah, so personal. Having one of these makes more likely to succeed at catching Pokemon. So I'll grab a blue Canary plush. Oh, I have to do it one by one? Oh, that's awful. Okay, so then from there... Black out, mega shards. Increase prize money. I need money. But yeah. As far as Napoleon's concerned, I'm not initially against some of his successes and what he did, but I also don't have enough details to really hold what I think would be a valid opinion yet. I would really need to I need to hit the books and do some reading to fully understand him before I feel like I can truly say anything to his character and his accomplishments. Because most of my history reading was in either the 1800s or in the ancient era, where it was between Babylon and Rome. Oh, that guy's just got a victory bell down there. Ooh, that's a waterfront. Maybe I can find something more than just Magikarp. Please. Magikarp. He was an okay guy. I mean, people support him quite a bit, so I would assume he has to be at least halfway decent. And Altaria. These are trainer Pokemon. Really, nothing in this waterway. Am I gonna have a way to cross waterways, or do I just have to always run around them? Because if I could get into a waterway, it would be nice. History background is muddied by lots of 15 to 2000 histories in a way I feel uncultured. I mean, that's fair. Most of my schooling was spent on the Roman Empire and like that part of history, and so that's kind of where I've got more of what I've learned about. That's what I have a lot of my thoughts on. Crummy Catholic. I mean, I went to 1300s to the 1600s. Not a bad time. I was raised by my grandfather, and so being with my grandparents, a lot of what they were interested in was left and imprinted on me as well. And so part of what growing up for me looked like was I dealt with a lot of the Civil War era. And so for the American Civil War, that's kind of what I grew up on. And then one of my favorite like book series that gets adapted what feels like every few years is Pride and Prejudice. I love the book Pride and Prejudice. I think Jane Eyre is also very interesting. I do like the Punic War stuff. Very low, I know. That's fair. Punic War is pretty cool though. Okay, reward list. Master game 9. Whirlpool. Okay, I don't care about Whirlpool. Shadow Claw I care about. Satchel. Okay, so we have that. Outfits and looks. Where did I see where I could, where my max level for Pokemon was? Janeire is one of my favorites, but Pride and Prejudice was one of my least. I mean, that's fair. I did not mean to catch you. That was a mistake. Aha, that's who I'm hoping to catch. I love Houndoom. But Pride and Prejudice was one that I just enjoyed a lot, just because I liked the banter between Mr. Darcy and Emma. It was definitely... Oh, that is an alpha Houndoom. That's really bad for me. Was not ready to take that on. Yeah, I've got nothing to take this guy on. Okay, so swapping you out. Dundee, you're coming with me. We're gonna take on the alpha. Aqua Jet. Oh, that's 33. This is bad. This is bad. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. We are running. We are running. We are very much running. How on... Okay. You know, thank you for having my back down there. I know none of us have brain cells between the two of us. That's why we're a great team. Holy crap. I did not expect us to get clapped that hard. So thank you, Dundee. I appreciate it. Okay. Dundee, Portia. Yeah, we are not anywhere near being able to take on that alpha. Speed is vital. If you say so, man. Ah, there we go. Okay. Not the biggest fan of Pampor or any of the monkeys' designs, really, but I will have to do them eventually. Okay, we're gonna run here, we're gonna go up. Ah, crap. I just wanted to climb the roof! Run, run, run! Oh, this is not a good place for my party. We already got a Flaffy, so I don't need to worry about having a Flaffy. Okay. Ooh, Swablu, wait. Yeah, valid. Definitely not the, trying to go to work, grab your car keys, and all of a sudden, oh no! Just gotta deal with having a friggin' Houndoom decide, yeah, you're not living. You guys do realize you have a giant, massive F-off dog, right? I think Pride and Prejudice is probably too classy for me, if that makes any sense. That makes sense. I understand what you mean by that. Pride and Prejudice is very much... I enjoyed as a series because I liked the sarcasm, the snark, and the sass between all the characters. But it's very much... It's pretentious. Especially to our current day sensibilities, it's very pretentious. However, I like the pretentious word choice. That's kind of always been something I've enjoyed. I will travel there in a second. First, we're going to a Pokemon Center so I can heal. Bonsoir. I'll heal my Pokemon. But no, it's pretentious because it is specifically, Pride and Prejudice is about the aristocracy of Victorian England. So it was all about, this is the upper echelon, this is the pretentious part of society, and it's about overcoming that those feelings. It was about dealing with your pride and prejudices when interacting with other people. Not necessarily because either person was in the wrong, but because they had to reevaluate how they looked at each situation. Okay. Honedge specifically is here. Yeah. Shadow Sneak, please. Ooh, Alpha Spinnerack. Beat his ass, Portia. Okay, maybe that didn't work as well. We're going to start with a Flaffy. Thunderwave. Okay, after that we're gonna... Okay. Okay. Fire Fang? Okay. Get a Fire Fang. Oh, an infestation now. Okay. Okay. Take out everything. We'll take out the Pat Rat. We're going for the Spinnerack. Oh boy. Oh. Hold on. Satchel, we need to heal because Dundee, you definitely need the experience. Okay, Spinnerack, now that he's on the ground, you can... Okay, I'm about to lose. Or this, I think Ira's considerably more relatable to me, but I'd say that this intellectually disabled in regards to the snark and the sass romance that Darcy and the main C have. Don't understand the class. No, that's fair. Shadow Sneak on him. X Scissor. Okay, Swords Dance once again for you. Portia. Okay, we are running. Now dig. Take him out. Ah. Okay. That was a tough fight. That was awesome. But holy crap, 5. Yeah, thank you, Ekans. I am so sorry you're happy. I hated Gulliver's Travels and The Old Man and the Sea considerably more. I haven't read those yet. I need to, but I have not gotten to them. Let's see, 18, 22, 20, 20, 24, 24. Okay. Oh, I got to level 11. I didn't even realize I got that far. Cool. Okay. Promotion match, prize mouse, back. Looks. Let's see, do we have any other moves I can give you? Because I swapped out Slash for Rock Smash so we can destroy it. As far as my high school literature went, it's probably fair to say that I read way more research article stats than actual books. No, that's fair. I don't read a whole lot of articles either. I'm pretty bad at it. It's something I'd definitely like to read more often. I just have not. Man, how did I find that thing that said what max level my Pokemon had? Because I don't... I saw something saying that my max level is 25. Now I don't know what my max level is. Yeah, I could catch a Pancham if I really wanted. Pansage I don't like, but... Houndour found... Swablu. Baniri... Yeah. Have you still under investigation? Gosh dang it. Okay, fine. So, Wild Zone 4 is cleared out. Wild Zone 3, I just need a Pancham. I can grab him at night. Meditite, I did not find in Wild Zone 6, so I'm gonna have to scrounge around. 2, no idea what's there. 5, I just need to get the Electrike. Yeah, we'll just travel there immediately. Because Pancham should hopefully spawn here. Then after around, I should be able to. Pikachu's still out and about. Don't care about the Pikachu. Oh, that's an Alpha Litleo. Oh, okay. Esper's still around. The baby. Just dig. We'll deal with it later. That is a much higher level. But... Aqua Jet first. Box Smash. Oh, Dundee's down. That's not good. Okay. Gonna dig. Portia, if you can use Swords Dance. Chelsea footwork. Scissor. Gonna swap out Fraffy. Then Thunder Wave this thing. Swap it out. But yeah, there's not. I just need you to blitz this thing. smack it with everything you got. That's all we can do. Satchel. No, that's not what I want. We're gonna need that. Okay, Atkins, we'll just swing about. And Atkins is down. Okay. Dundee. Okay. Okay. Did not expect to come here for that. Here we are. Says Pancham up here. No, we are not dealing with that. No, 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 no. Okay. So Atkins definitely doesn't have enough defense to live through a alpha fight. Good to know. Nearly daybreak? Yeah, I don't care. I am here to test out my theory. Can you burn this? Okay, yeah. So you can burn these. Probably going to need to bow out for the rest of the stream due to tired and work tomorrow. Yeah, of course, man. It was fun. And hey, I do hope you get enough sleep tonight, man. Things be crazy out here. But yeah, man. It was good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. I just hope that everything goes well for you. Battlezone deactivated, no prize medal earned. Yeah, I wasn't interested in anything like that. Kinda just wanted to run around the city. Catch some Pokemon, which didn't do that well of. Shrink W, yeah, okay, so side quest. Meditite, no idea where to find that. No idea who spawns there. Electrike, I do know what's there, I just didn't get him. Pancham, did not see him. Think I'm gonna catch the Electrike first. Just because I know where he is, I just need to actually grab him. Alright, let Leo just burn him. There we go. Okay, nice. Critical hit's always good. Pidgey. Bellsprout. An Alpha Bellsprout. Ooh, ow, okay. You have knockoff. That is not a move I expected a Bellsprout, of all things, to have. Leer. Okay, Lily's gone. Okay, so you have to manage yourself during the alphas. Dunsport. Okay, we got a critical. Good. Okay. Oh, Pidgeotto's down. Okay. Okay. 48. Decent spot. Dig. We missed that. We can hit X-Scissor. And a Shadow Sneak. And, ooh boy. Bellsprout is still coming for our ass. Goodness gracious. Okay. Took a detour for the alpha. Not planned, but we got him. Man, you really go through a lot of revives in this game. Just to get these guys... just to cycle through everything. I do appreciate it. Definitely feels like I'm actually progressing. And also shows just how much my team needs for me to pay attention to really get access to better TMs. Okay. Electric, where are you hiding? Because I know there's a couple of you around. Excuse me, Bellsprout. Where is that electric dog? Because I know he's in this area. I found multiple of them. Abra, Pidgey, don't care. Oh, well. This looks like a job for the lion. Giolo, Abra. I don't really care about the Abra too much. There's a lot of Abras in this area. Kind of surprised by that. Okay. Alright. Pidgeys want to fight. Fluffles, you're up. Okay. We got that taken care of. We haven't found the electric dogs. They might be further in. Because I remember through here we had to use a water type move to clear out the sludge. Oh. Yeah. We're not gonna go there. None of my things are 27. That is terrifying. None of my things are at 27, and we're not gonna fight that. Goodness gracious, okay. Oh, fine. Fluffles, you're up. Who's attacking? Really? Okay. Yeah, there's the Yakuza building. I swear I found Electrike in here. I don't know how I can't find them anymore. Alright, well, we're just gonna run over this way then. Run over here, grab. Just really curious. So if we go up here. Pavilion. Okay, so we got that whole line. Okay, so we got over here. Anything I can snag in terms of Pokemon? Oh, there's a King Gambit statue in there. Okay. Now here's something they don't want to tell you. The ducks in the park are free. Is that an Amoras? And a Salamence? What in the power creep is going on here? Hi. Distant. Do you want something from me? If it's a Pokemon battle you're after, I'd be happy to oblige. You know, those uncouth trainers who use those close range attacks onto you. I love battling trainers like you. My long range moves always finish off your sword with style. Simply lead my Pokemon where I want it to go, and then pummel opponents from a safe distance. Okay. Though it is a shame the cooldown time for long range attacks takes quite... Ooh? Sorry if you can help me with something for my fantasy world. Yeah, of course, man. What's up? Silly me. I'll stop there before I give too much away. I have to figure out the rest in battle. Let me know you're ready to learn an important lesson in tactics. I'm gonna beat your ass. Distant the bridge boy. Binacle. Ah. Yeah, Binacle's not. The Empire is one of the factions in my world and is made out of different races like humans, elves, dwarves, kings. I don't want to add more races. Okay. So a stance. Out of here with that. Fletchling. I would say if there's any race you want to add, my suggestion for any race is look at something that would change the dynamic of the Empire. Because if you want to add something, you need to have it so that, do you want cohesion or do you want chaos? Because humans, elves, and dwarves, hundreds of kingdoms in the Empire, but you want to add more races. Lizard men are always good, I would argue, because depending on how you change the lizard men in your faction, they can do a lot. Personally, when I make lizard men, I style them off of alligators and crocodiles and caiman. Specifically those three different types, so that there is a difference on culture between the lizard men. But then there's a very specific type of lizard men that my fantasy worlds have. So I base of mine off of the crocodiles, or essentially the crocodile family. I think they're crocodilian, I believe. I don't remember. But lizard men are always good. if you choose a species of lizards that you base them off of, or a family or genus, that helps with fleshing out the lizardmen so you can build up a culture around them. I would say take lizardmen, choose some sort of culture before the 1900s, and style the lizardmen after that. And that will lead to a very fun way to develop a different culture. I also like adding in some sort of, whenever I've done world building with fantasy stuff, I like to add in some sort of chimera where it's essentially half humanoid, half monster of some kind, just to add in some extra flavor. So that's how I justify mermaids in certain settings, where it's a chimeric experiment where they combine humans and fish, and so you get merfolk of some kind. Lamia I think are really good because you can have a lot of fun with half snake, half human people. Just depends on which side you go for, because you can go Yuan-Ti, you can go Yuan-Ti Malison. It depends on your style. But those, I would say, I lean towards lizard people in general, just because they're a lot more fun to flesh out. If you want to go the furry route as well, there's the furry scale. I would suggest you lean towards that, because you can go furry as an anime furry, where it's a tail and cat. Centaurs that are based off of giraffes. So half human, half giraffe centaur I think are really fun to run around with. Having mule centaurs where it's a mule and a human mix, that can be fun. Rhino ones as assault unicorns, those can be interesting. Or the hippo ones, I think I saw somebody make a hippo centaur. So hippo lower body, human top body. I think they made it like a Polynesian person on top, so that with a more barrel chest from the Pacific Islander meshed better with the hippo body. I remember seeing some art for that, and that was really cool as well. But yeah, that's kind of what I would suggest at first, is go for, take a fantasy creature. I would say chimeric experiments can always be fun when you have mad scientists created new life. Lizard people, really fun to blend lizard person and X culture that you enjoy a lot. Just always gives it flavor. Yeah. I would even argue that if you want, I would also say that gnomes that are known for creating mischief can always be really interesting in a setting. It really just depends though. Perhaps you figured out that long-range attacks take longer to execute, but close-range attacks aren't perfect either. You need to get right up close to your opponent before you can launch them. It's a trade-off, my guy. If you're already near your opponent though, close-range attacks are certainly a smart choice. Not that I plan to deviate from my preferred long-range attacks anytime soon. I mean, battles are terrifying. Who would want to wade into the middle of all that? My spider does. And my spider is scary. Oh, you gave me a nugget? Okay. Hi. Hi there, cutie. Aw, you're adorable. Okay, area dust. Take out the rocks. I keep going between Portia and Portia. I really should actually solidify in my mind which way I want to pronounce this. Because there's the video game My Time in Portia that keeps messing with me, but Portia is how you say the Spider Rider name. That is based on the Renaissance age with gunpowder weapons and guns, so the gnomes will be good. Depends on how you want to write the gnomes in. There's a lot of different ways to write in gnomes, it just depends on your proclivities. Some people like doing gnomes as more of like the Fey asshole kind. So you just deal with, oh yeah, these guys are a bit more self-absorbed. They don't really care if they mess with other people. They're kind of just doing their own thing, and we just have to deal with it. Okay. Get some water. Okay, so we cleared out the poison. Bunnelby, Baneri. Not here to bother you guys too much. But as far as gnomes go, it really just depends on your preferred style. Thinking about the D&D gnomes where they like to make stuff. Okay, yeah. Never a bad choice for that. Fletch thing and a bunch of burnable stuff. Experience candy that's nice. Oh, right through the hole. That's evil. There we go. Land right here. Carefully walk over. We get a colorful screw. Okay. Walk over. Got a colorful screw. Welcome to Cafe Classe, the cafe for fashionistas and those who live in style. What will you be having today? Something from the tea menu, thank goodness there's tea. An idea for a warforged like people made out of candles because the Empire is all about fire and light. Warforged like people made out of candles. Wax golems in a sense. I like it. I like it. Because if you're trying to have everything be a theme with fire and light, that would be a really good way to have a group of people built off of that. Handshell, novelty, Mooma milk. We're going Mooma milk. 900, yeah. Oh, you get going into photo mode. Oh my gosh. How do I? Yeah, let me zoom out. Yeah. Wait, what's wrong with that kid's eyes back there? Who is that? Why are his eyes black? What? Yes, I'm done with the camera. Yes, I'm ready to leave. Okay, that's fun. That's adorable. I need to check out that NPC in the back. What? What's wrong with that child? Oh, their eyes were just too big. Okay. A stone emporium won't sell you mega stones unless you have a mega ring. I didn't realize that was the thing. Who are you? Hello there, youngster. Are you familiar with a Pokemon called Badoo? I partially am. It's a hardy little thing. It endures the cold bravely, waiting for the right time to open its bud. It's one of those black-eyed children. That's kind of what I thought at first. Since great potential in you, youngster, you might have a knack for helping Badoo to bloom. Maybe you could join our Badoo show. If you're interested, head to the Fountain Square in Blue Sector 8. Hope to see you there. Okay. The Badoo show. Heal my Pokemon, please, because we're a little tired. Shopping, buy. Probably sell. Lots of those, okay, that's nice. Seed of Mastery? Oh, that's interesting. Gonna sell the nugget. I have 95 tiny mushrooms. Alright, yeah, 23k for mushrooms, I'll take it. Pearl. Sell off the pearls. Big pearl, can be very helpful. Alright, just like that, I've got a decent amount of cash. Okay, we're gonna buy some great balls. Only 40, that should be fine. 4 Premier Balls as bonus. Glad we kept the Premier Ball bonus in. Really? We reduced the price of revives. Unexpected, but welcome. We'll go 15 more. Anything else you can help me with? I'll register my birthday now. To the right, can't change your birthday after it's entered. Birth month, 0, 1. 0, 2. That's right. I'm all good. Okay. Cafe Wolf registered. The Vale District. Aspire Experience Candy. Burn Heal. Sun will be setting soon. I hope so. I need to get some battles in. I'm gonna run through here real fast to see if anything spawns that I want. I don't care about that. Ow. Okay, well, I'm not ignoring the Alpha Magikarp. That... We're gonna... Laffy, I am in need of your assistance.
again. Oh, I selected the wrong move. Okay, Fluffles, I am so sorry.
Okay, Portia.
I just need you to hit him a few times. Okay.
Oh, don't reset my progress in this fight with this cutscene. Battle zone activated. Cool. I don't necessarily care. It's... Oh! That's an Alpha Staryu. That is an Alpha Staryu. I did not sign up for this. I do not sign up for this. I signed up for the Magikarp, not the Staryu. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, something else did spawn. It was beating my ass. Okay. Can I get the Staryu? There we go. We got the Staryu. Always nice. We're gonna... Okay, so we got the Staryu. We got all of them. Meditize the last one on that one. Got everything in Wild Zone 2. Mimic Trick. Okay, so we're getting some decent stuff. Let's get to the battle zone. I guess we'll fly to the Prism Tower, get the Poké Center, and then I'll run over to start battling. Man, I'm really mad that my progress got reset on the Magikarp fight. Here's the Pokemon Center. Oh, okay. Also, welcome to Pokemon Center. I can be of service. I like to heal my Pokemon. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Okay, let's go beat some ass. Knock out opponents using grass type moves. Okay, well I guess we are getting Giga Drain then. Ice Punch, yeah, I don't care. Let's check out the Pokemon we've got. Houndour 17. That's actually pretty good nature. Right now, for now we'll replace Lilio. Riolu's not a bad choice, but... Do I want to... I should probably bring out Badoo for this, because they really want to use this, so... Bring out Badoo. Satchel. Giga Drain. You can't learn Giga Drain, but Ariados can? Oh, that's so weird. Sticky Web, what does that do? Webbing slows the movements of susceptible opposing Pokemon that make contact with it. Don't really care. Poison Sting, String Shot, Focus Energy. Okay. Don't really care about portion. Confuse Ray, charge. However, the next Electric type moves, use special defense for a short time. Yeah, we can throw a charge on that. TM's Roar, Light Screen, Protect, Dig. Light Screen. Okay, interesting. Wing Attack. Get rid of Tackle, so we have multiple line type moves. What do you know? Ember, Bite, Roar, Tackle. If we're gonna use status moves, we're gonna use... Okay. A little scummy on that, but we did exactly what we were planning to do. That tracks down. Got a prize for me. 5 Great Balls. Okay, thank you. Immediately knock out unaware opponents with the first blow. What we're gonna do is Crocodile. Gonna be here, and Pidgey, okay. Then Ice Fang. Start battle before your opponent spot you. Okay, what we're gonna do, Ice Fang the bird. This just feels so mean. I'm bullying children like this. Okay. It feels so weird that you're just supposed to walk up and instead of challenge them to a fight one-on-one, it's I'm just gonna walk up and beat your ass. We're just jumping each other in the back alleyways in Kalos. Don't worry about it. Ah, we've been challenged. Okay. Beedrill. Okay, you are a bit of a challenge. Never mind. That. Okay. Then which card is this? Fire type. Okay. Use super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Which need you, because... Just gonna take that on. Okay, so Ekans is down. Got that victory. Imagine you're going to work and a 7-year-old kid walks up to you and wants you to fight his pet dog. Yeah. Pancham? Okay. Okay. Well, it's the first time in a Pokemon battle I've had somebody knock out one of my Pokemon, so that's annoying. Makes sense it would happen eventually, but kind of annoyed. Give me a moment, I need to run some numbers on my loss. You done goofed, that's all that needs to be said. Okay. Satchel. No. Use this one. Okay. Then paralyze heal on you and you. Okay, fake tears. Swift never misses. Then we'll beat you with Ember. Hone Edge. Okay, I'm gonna bite first. Then Ember. There we go. Take him out. There we go. Thank you, Houndour. Some prize medals. Oh, yes, please. Money is what I need. Ah, we almost had him. Okay, gotta wait for quick attack. There we go. Knocked out with a normal type move. Pancham. Oh, you're not living this. Attack. There we go. Victory, yay. Okay. I assume I needed 10 wins in a night to get everything. Super effective move, doesn't matter what kind. I appreciate that. Land hits with electric type moves. You know, yeah, we haven't brought out Flaffy for a while. Let's do an aerial ace. Spend those extra victory medals. Yeah. Yeah, if you can help my Pokemon relax, I'm not gonna say no to that. Yeah, Dundee, you did pretty good. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring in Portia. The dig. Yeah. And a Spinnerack. Oh, that's adorable. He's gonna die. Promotion. Because dawn is approaching, I should probably actually get everything done. Out of here with that nonsense. Okay, we're doing alright on the win streak, but we gotta get out of here. Oh gosh dang it, okay. So we're just gonna be beating up everybody's pets. Okay, we got that going. We'll get some decent money, I guess, by the end of the night. Just jumping a woman in the alleyway. Ah, an Esper. A dig. Then just get an X-Scissor right on you. Wins. We're doing pretty good. Climb up all this, we'll see what's all up here. Okay. Shadow Sneak. Beedrill, okay, not a bad choice. Okay. Good job, Bordia. last long, but it was cool to see it. Oh, there's a kid with a pavilion. How do you get over onto that building? Easy fighting type move. New day is dawning. Cool. Then I'm gonna go back and get that alpha magic carp. $1,800 total. 2 times. So, okay, 36, 270 for prize money. Pretty good. All I had to do is just jump a bunch of strangers in an alleyway. All in all, very productive night. Okay, side quest, what do you want? Kakuna? Okay, you know what? You got Spirit Kid. Yeah, I'm ready to battle. You know what, kid? I hope that your Kakuna are more of a challenge than I expect them to be. The grade schooler said at Kakuna. There's one down. You weren't kidding about a team of Kakuna, you got 4 of them. You taught it Electro Web? I didn't realize Kakuna could learn Electro Web. What the hell? I'm actually gonna have to take this fight seriously. That's impressive. What do you mean, Team of Kakuna? That is a B-drill. You pulled out a B-drill at the end. I lost so much respect for you. Because you were saying you love Kakuna, you have a B-drill. He's evolving. Girl, you need to invest in some Everstones. There we go. B-drill. That's better. You don't choose, you just enjoy them. Silver powder? Holy crap. Okay, Rouge District. What kind of clothing we got? I don't really got... Okay, combat boots. Side gore boots? I just don't like how any of those look. Mid-calf boots. Black and white. None of those either. How about the combat boots? Black and red. Not a bad choice. Not my colors. No. I could do that. Not for now. I like the suede boots better. They're a bit more formal. Those are pretty cool though. If I get some black Pokemon, or sorry, if I get some black pants without the coat, I can go for those. That'd be cool. Let her have her Pokemon and fun. That is the point. Okay, let's see. We have that. That all looks awful. Okay, well, I don't know what the trail be, but headphones, what kind of colors? Wood grain, dual legends. If I ever go for it, it is purple and green. No. We'll stay. Let's check out everything else. Satchels. Leather square satchel. That's not... That's just more plain of what I have. Lightning earrings, triangle earrings. Yeah, I'm not in for earrings. The black, the white. Sure. Nah, we'll leave. Okay, so clothing definitely costs an absurd amount still. That just looks awful. I know that's the Alolan Muck design, but that's awful. Sweater and shirt set. That's a Solrock and Lunatone. Sweater, that's interesting. Oh my gosh. That's also awful. Skirt and legging set. Yeah, I don't wear those. The Eevee jumpsuit. That... wow. Canvas sneakers. No. Yeah, there's nothing here for me. Frog button jacket set. Traditional blue, traditional gray. Not bad. Ooh, I do like that. Screenshot that for normal for later. Okay, so traditional green with the purple shirt. I can get behind that. I just need to find better pants. Botanical. Oh, that's such a bad design. It rides your ass, so it's not even. Oh, I don't like that. Kimono overall set. The Alabaster's not bad. I'm not one for traditional Japanese, but it's not bad if you want something like that. Biker jacket, vivid black, vivid white, red, blue. Black would probably be the only one I get. Skinny jean set. Oh, that looks awful on me. It's not bad. Just don't want... Like I said, the trench and pants set, that's what I already have, right? I just don't like how blue the pants are underneath it. I'm also not a jumpsuit person. Black, red, white, blue. Well, the gloves are not bad. Super potion. That's for hair. Pokeball. Okay, thank you. Heal my Pokemon, please, and then I'll sell some crap. Because, man, things are expensive in this region. Yeah, we'll sell the pretty feathers first. Keep those. Rare candy. That is a lot per pop. Can't sell them at all. Seed Mastery, keeping that Mega Shard. Really, I can't sell the Mega Shard. Interesting. No, I'm good, thank you though. Oh hey, there's a chest bin. Okay, and who are you? Not this chest bin again, it's always blocking my taxi. Chie. Why are you trying to find my taxi? Go battle other Pokemon like everyone else does. You're a trainer, right? Do you think you could battle this feisty chessman? Pokemon versus taxi battle seems like it would end badly for both sides. Most likely, yeah. Okay, you're gonna beat a feisty chessman. I have just the Pokemon to beat him with. Hi, chessman. Yeah. Spin, spin. Okay, hello, I apologize. My OBS crashed entirely, so I, did not mean for that to happen. I didn't even know that would happen. So, yeah, I'm back now, hopefully. I did not see that coming. But, yeah, I don't like Chespin's evolved forms. I think Chespin's cute as he is. But I just don't like how he evolves. Or in this case, she. Okay, Chespin, I've taken you out twice with one shot. Goodness gracious, how often do you need a battle, girl? This is Neil the Seal, but a Chespin against taxis. Even more. Slow down, Chespin, you're going too hard. Honestly, the way to get stronger is by working with a trainer, not fighting one, right? I'd say that's right. See, even this nice trainer says so. Wouldn't you rather go with him, Chespin? Yeah. Good for you. Now you can have this trainer help you get really strong. I obtained a Chespin. One last thing from me before you go. Remember this, Chespin. Taxis are for riding, not for battling. Chespin's not gonna know. Not gonna memorize that, ma'am. Look at Chespin's face. Chespin does not have brain cells. Chespin fight. Chespin does not think. His brain is smooth. The Chespin is smooth. The brain is smooth. Ah, crap. Hit that too early. But me, oh my. There we go. Now we got it. Got another colorful screw. Okay. So we have all this. I need to go up to the rooftop to get that last one. Let's go here and register this. Jean District. You know, Portia, I really like the noise you make as you click-clack around. I'm sorry, that you have an Aerodactyl? Okay. Okay. Definitely not somebody I can fight right now. That's a Gibble. That is a Alpha Pidgeot. I can't even take on the normal Pidgeot I find in the wild. You mean tell me there's... Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, well... Got one of those. Got a Pansear. Well, you got a Gibble, so you're definitely on the way of being able to do that. So I've got a Pampor and a Pansear. I just need the Pansage. Oh my gosh, it's you again. Hi. Bennett, you're amazing. I love both of you. Oh, and dude casually has a Sharpedo, and that is a Pansage. Okay, X scissor, take him out. Thank you, Portia. Hi. Okay, so the monkeys hang out in random trees. That makes sense. Okay, Rouge District, who are you? SBC isn't just some rich kid club, we're here to make Lumios better. Can I enter the SBC club? Torishi. Okay. Lady Jacinte? Jacinte? I want to pronounce this in Spanish because I want to say Jacinte. Lady Jacinte, but it's supposed to be in Poke France, so... Jacinte says that with power comes the responsibility to ensure that we live the best possible lives with Pokemon. I'm gonna struggle with that woman's name if I ever actually meet her. Okay, so rich people. The red district is the rich people district. I already have everybody here registered. Here. Right, W. Yeah, I haven't been down there yet. I couldn't find the Electrike. Granted, the Whirlipede also was going to kick my ass if I was dumb. I feel like I'm just going to go here first. Tyrant, okay. So he's in the game. Oh, carburetor. Okay. Oh, are you aggressive? Use you from torment. Do I have to talk to you before I break this up? Before I burn this down? Croquis. As you can no doubt see, I am an artist. Came here to sketch the scenery for a piece that will no doubt take first place in my next contest, but behold. Those awful brambles are obscuring my view of the fountain, they're ruining the scene. As my Pokemon have no means of removing the vexing vegetation. A bolt of inspiration strikes. Perhaps burning the brambles might do the trick. What makes you think that burning away dead, rotten wood might help? Please, I beg you. Brambles must be gone if I'm to complete my piece. Have your Pokemon burn them away. I'm working on it, ma'am. Just give me a minute. Thank you, Houndour. Okay, Croaky. Oh, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now we can finally resume working on my sketch. You're only doing a sketch? What? There are even more brambles in the way. How can this be? Oh my goodness. There's going to be some sort of grass-type Pokemon that's behind this growth here for the fountain, isn't there? What? How did you miss? Houndour, how did you miss? It was right in front of you. Like, my guy, how? Okay. First try, you can do it, right? No, you somehow whiffed that too. How on earth? So if you're just too close, it's not gonna work? Let's try it from here. Houndour, how are you not able to do this? Okay. Do Mudshot. Now Ember. Okay. Seems you're unable to do this. So, Litleo. Okay. How are you guys not hitting this? What's going on here? Well, you guys are cute. Lily, I just need you to lock in. Get this. Oh my goodness. There we go. Can you? It really doesn't want to die. I'm just curious what Pokemon is causing this. Okay, Leo. Since you can't seem to hit them with a ranged attack from range, just stand in front of them, burn them each time. Okay. No, you can't. Oh! It's adorable. I can see why. Look at him. He's shy. Phantom. Yes, it was. Phantom. Oh, cruel Pokemon. Why must you torment me so when I am already pressed for time? Ah, inspiration starting to see it again. You'll get used to a Phantom. We're just kind of drafted into helping people here. We don't get to say yes or no. Like I said, you'll get used to it, man. Unless you want to be mine? No, she's stealing you. Okay. I'm still... Sick, can I... Oh, there's even straight up a red X, so you cannot try to catch Phantom. That is tragic. Okay. Already coming back out. I need my enforcer with me. Okay, so you might be obsessive there, young one. However, you're in the right universe for it. Okay. This is exciting. I hate you already. That's just something that's just so rank X about you. Doesn't matter if you get what I mean. What matters is, do you want to battle or not? I'll battle you. Nor I couldn't tell if it was man or woman. It was a child. It's even worse. Now just take it verified, clear to start from rush match. X is good, but W is better, don't you think? Following that logic, A is best, which is why I'm going to win my way up to rank A. You should stay here at rank X. Oh, you are a little bastard. I'm going to enjoy pounding your face into the ground. Oh, good choice. A Venipede. Let me show you a better bug type. Ooh, you have spikes. Yeah, we're not gonna challenge you there. Ooh, a Kadabra. How adorable. Roselia. Aw, that's so cute. You know what we can do about that? Just take you out in one shot. Am I too strong, or are you just weak? A Furfro. Aww. And you miss. And that is how I win with an Ariados. Portia, you did great. Well, you sucked with your positioning. Are you sure you're rank X? You seem way too good at battling. Kid, I started 2 days ago. Victory's confirmed. Yeah, I look like I've been working hard for this. Just so you know, I don't care that I lost. The letter X is way cooler than the letter W anyway. Sounds like cope to me, child. Sounds like cope to me. Alright, I'll go back to the hotel, I guess. Here's to Quill making it to the next rank once again. Okay. It's not another masterpiece, Lita. It's the same shit as before. It's still an abomination. Thank you, Naveen. Again. Yeah, thank you, Naveen. I'm with you on this one. Curry croissants stand alone nicely, but together they're less than the sum of their parts. I agree. But they make a whole new flavor when you put them together, just like all of us in Team MZ. Lita, please don't reach for that. I'd rather you didn't compare us to this culinary atrocity, Lita. Thank you, Naveen. I agree. Even the Pokemon is saying that you're being dumb, Lita. I don't know what to say. You're not winning this argument. Alright. Oh, it's only you. Oh no. Morning. How's hotel life treating you? Still kind of weird.
Hotel life.
Oh, yep. I didn't realize you hopped in the call. Yeah, no. I'm just reading out what every character says when I'm going through like story quest and stuff. My character just woke up and this one character goes, "How's hotel life treating you?" It's like, "Well, I've been here for a few days and it still feels weird as hell." I was also kidnapped by an Australian woman to join this, so I'm not exactly here of my own free will.
That is some odd circumstances.
Yep.
Keep trying to get myself to work on this assignment all night, but I'm just like so mentally done with it, you know? I'm just like, I don't want to do this tonight.
Oh yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. There's only so much you
Yeah,
can
it's like,
do, and so much you can be motivated to handle.
yeah, it's like, what is the difference between these three processes that take place in the kidney? Read about them in your textbook and another reputable source, cite them, and summarize it. And it's like glomerular filtration, reabsorption, accretion. It's just like, I know what those mean, but I hate that I have to actually go through like some source and like pick out information from like tons of pages that have little bits and pieces, but with lots of other stuff.
Yeah.
So I end up having to read like way more than what I actually need to put down.
Oh man. Besides that, though, besides what else I've been working on.
Well, I'm gonna be printing the next thigh armor piece tomorrow evening. I probably talked a little bit about that. How I had to
Yeah.
like change some stuff about it.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, yeah. And side note, take care, James. I'll see you later. But yeah, I remember you saying that there was like a flaw design where part of one of the things snapped out of your leg plate. And so you're just redesigning
Yep.
the piece for both of them, right?
Yeah, so the flaw I mentioned last time was basically like picture you have like a thigh armor piece, right?
Yeah.
And unlike in games or movies, the plates can't just magically stick to where they're supposed to be on your, body. So you need like a harness and a strap system underneath the actual armor to like suspend everything.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I had some strap points, like two on like the bottom part of the thigh armor piece on the left, on the right, and then on the upper portion you had one on the front, and then you had one on the left. Well, relatively speaking, with like the curve outward
Yeah.
facing. And then I have these carabiners in a Molly chest rig that attach to these like suspending strap mount pieces that I specifically designed myself from scratch
Mm-hmm.
to hold up the armor piece. But then the actual strap mount piece that I ended up using for the thighs, I forgot to use my newer variant that's more durable. And as a consequence, it ended up breaking. So what I ended up doing is getting rid of the old parts in the 3D file that had, strap points. And then I added these like interlocking pieces that fit together, and you run some pins to them and it locks them in place, kind of like a solid joint. Just think
Yeah.
like a joint, but one that doesn't move once you have both of the pins in place. Just because I want to be able to, replace the parts whenever
If they wear
something
out.
does break. Yeah, because like I can make something really, really durable, and because that's a point of high stress, I can totally see it at some point as like eventually breaking. It might take a really long time with a new one, but I can see it happening, So being able to just churn out a replacement part in 30 minutes at the printer is way better than having to dedicate an entire weekend to create an entire new thigh armor piece and having to repaint and do all that stuff.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Anything new in life for yourself lately?
Not really. Mostly just today at work was less chaotic and I appreciated that a lot.
Remember you saying something about like you had a bunch of people that quit or something like that?
We had a couple of people quit recently, and so we've been struggling to have our numbers adequate for our what we needed to do. It's not hopeless yet, but we're definitely struggling to keep up enough people on shift, because if anybody calls out at this point, we're just kind of screwed. Because I'm supposed to be only part-time, and to maximize the amount of days, they've almost given me a set schedule. Because originally when I was hired on, the way they ran the business is that we do 4 days on, 2 days off. And I just always have Sundays off, and so they kind of changed my schedule a bit. So I don't...
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. However...
It sounds a lot like what my friend Sam has with his schedule. He has like 4 days on and what, 2 days off? Yeah.
Yep. It's apparently a very standard schedule. I personally despise it, because I understand why they do it. Yeah, I don't have a consistent week, and I just don't like having to deal with, oh, my friends want to make plans, so on this one Saturday I can do it, but on these other Saturdays I am not available to do anything. And it... Because again, I understand that they're just things you have to do to make it happen. You gotta run a business, and you gotta make sure that people are getting the care they need. But I can't really live my own life if my life now revolves around this.
Yeah, it's kind of like that dilemma where it's like when you have like a long-term job, you have some money, but then you don't have like barely any time to actually go and do things with it. Whereas when you're not working, like if you're in like school being trained for something, technically your schedule is a tiny bit more open, but then you don't really have money to spend, so you have to like reserve when you go out for more big or important things.
Yep. And it's just kind of annoying to have to do that song and dance to try and balance everything when, quite honestly, balancing is for people who are smart. And some of us are not necessarily smart enough to be balancing that kind. Like, a balancing act is only done by professionals, and nobody taught me or gave me a reason to want to balance everything out like that. But that's just how things go.
I think my issue right now is like I just don't feel great about my being in full-time school, because usually I'm someone who like I prefer to work over being in school.
Oh yeah.
Just objectively. But because of how difficult it is, I need to just be doing school for now.
Mm-hmm.
Which does kind of make other things more difficult, because it's like, okay, what if these people are going out this place, or I want to join in on something that another group of mine, is up to. Like, so it could be like the smaller, like, local friend group, or it could be the airsoft group, which I think you're part of the server for that.
I am.
You might have seen some. You might have seen some of the times where they're like, we're going to this place, or we're doing this thing, and it's like 90% of the time I'm like, I can't make it because of school. Wish I could be there. And
yeah,
so
almost every.
Most of the time.
Yeah, no. Up until recently, every single time that I saw from that Discord of like, hey, we're getting a group together to go here, it's like, I'd love to go, but I literally cannot because it's scheduled for when I have no time whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, this basically, the class I'm in is kind of ruining my social life just because it prevents me from going out and doing things. And there is this particular, trying to think of a way to say it without like doxing myself. Let's just say it's this group that does Halo themed stuff, and they're also a charity that I'm kind of part of now, which is cool.
Yeah.
But the issue is they were gonna go up. They have this thing where they're gonna go up to Halo Museum up in Seattle, and this is like kind of a bigger deal because they don't just let people walk in. It's like invitation only, and they let in like
Oh.
specific groups.
Yeah.
I would like to go, but it's happening on the day when I have midterms.
Oh.
Yeah. And they specifically wanted like a group of like 6 or 8 like armored people in cosplay. So probably for like a photo op thing too.
Yeah, most likely. Goodness gracious.
Nope, I gotta write down a bunch of stuff about the kidneys.
Yep. Oh man. Yeah, no, so far I know that technically today, because it's almost 2 in the morning, I am gonna have to be. I promised I'd help somebody go to an event that's happening later tonight, so I already have to call out from work, which I definitely don't want to admit to everything on stream, just because in the case of if anybody ever finds my stream from work, I don't want
Sure,
them
of
to
course.
rat me out to management. I just feel bad because I really just can't, because I help some people with getting rides to go to things for church, but it's to the point where I'm like, I really want to have a social life. I'm trying my best, but now that we have more people quitting from work, we're gonna have 3 people on my shift to cover the entire week. The problem is, if there's only 3 of us, we quite literally will not have the manpower to have 3 people on shift every day for my shift. So there's just not much I can do. So since next month I don't have a social life, I'm probably just I think I'm just gonna call out and take a few extra days off while I can before.
See, like, that sounds a lot like what I dealt with at my previous job. We constantly had, like, a cycle of people, like, joining and leaving.
Yep.
And I was basically expected to, like, fill in for a lot of the empty parts in the schedule where it's like, oh, well, this person got fired, so we kind of need you to cover this portion of their days, and then so-and-so will cover this other portion, or, you know. I think the only times I ever took vacation was when I got COVID, and it was like a mandatory, like, you can't be here for a week.
Yeah.
That's like the only time I got a vacation was when I was like very ill.
Yeah, technically that's what I got too, because my most recent vacation, I had 2 weeks off because I got COVID, and then after COVID I was weak and had a fever for a week and a half.
I think the only other exception was, you know how like a few years ago I had that like long-term relationship, and
Yeah.
so when that happened, understandably I was pretty distraught because that was like, you know, like 7 years of my life. But
Yeah, understandably
my
so.
supervisor was very understanding about it, and it's like I still tried to show up to work even though I was like in tears and stuff. And they basically pulled me aside and they're like, it's okay for you to take like a week off and just like, you know, take a little bit of time, which I wasn't expecting them to do that, but They did, which was nice, and I think that's when I took you and Sam and the three of us kind of hung out and did like stuff at the archery range.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I didn't real, because I remember you saying at the time that it was recent. I didn't realize it was that recent. Wow.
Yeah, I think it was, well, not like, maybe it wasn't the exact same week, but it was pretty close to when it happened.
Roughly around the time, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then a little bit of time after that, I tried the apps and whatnot. I think everyone knows how not good those are.
Oh, yeah. No, dating apps have been awful for me. I've been trying my best to try my luck, try my hand at it, see if I can do it. I just can't manage it. Because every time I feel like there's any chance, like decent chance I have of anything happening, it normally just falls through.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Like, I think the closest I got was there was this one person that matched with me, and you know, she gave this whole big spiel about like, oh, you're like a dream guy or whatever, you know, and just start, you know, saying things, right? And then it turned out like, oh, there's like a 50-mile difference between us, and neither of us knew that. And then we talked for a bit, and then, you know, the talking kind of just stopped, which is unfortunate. But man, there's some crazy people on there. Obviously, there's things I can't, like, you know, say on here, but I guess one of the maybe funnier things wasn't funny for me, but every time I tell it to somebody, they think it's funny. Um, there's like, I think the first person that I ever matched with when I tried those dating apps for the first time, they seemed like a pretty chill, regular person, right? And I talked with her for a little bit. We talked about like similar music tastes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, eventually it got to me suggesting like an in-person date. And then after I did that, her pictures changed. It was still her, but I think it was the current her and not what I assume now was probably older pictures, because the newer pictures, like, she was dressed in like clown makeup and she gained like a bunch of weight. And it was just kind of like, huh, that was unexpected. I'm not really into clowns. And that
You
was, like,
aren't, but
all
I
the
am.
pictures. Yeah, and there was another person that, like, she tried to get me to, or tried to convince me to buy her PS3, and I was like, nah, I'm okay, no thanks. And then I also just said, like, I've got, like, the PS5 at my house, I don't really need a PS3. And then later in conversation, she just offhandedly mentioned, yeah, I've got this going on with my life and this, and my PS3 is broken, it doesn't work. I was like, wait, didn't you just say you were gonna try and
Sell that to you?
sell me that? Yeah. And she's just like, don't tell anyone. She's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, and then before that, she was like, I want you to come over and I want to cook for you. And then, like, she was eating, like, medium rare pork on video call, and I was just like, what?
Huh?
You're not, yeah, you're not supposed to, undercook your pork. I mean, I don't think she was trying to make it medium rare, but she was just, like, frying stuff up in her pan. It was on, like, a video call thing, because she wanted to do that for a bit. And then, like, as she's eating it, she's like, oh, looks like I undercooked it a little. And I saw it on camera, and it was, like, still kind of, there's, like, the part that looked more, like, whitish, like you'd think a pork chop would look, and then there's, like, pinkish bits, and she's just, like, eating it, and just so chill about eating it. It's just like, well, I'm glad you didn't cook me dinner then.
Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, on the one hand, it's not surprising, because people are definitely crazy enough that that makes sense that would happen. But, oh, man.
Also, like, again, there's things I cannot say, but prior to that, there was a point where she talked about wanting for me to pretend to be her dad, which was kind of like I don't mean like, you know, how people will like say daddy or mommy or whatever. I mean like she literally wanted me to pretend to be her dad, which was like really odd.
Yeah. I don't know.
I was just like, come on, man. Why can't I get matched with somebody who's normal-ish, who doesn't live like 70 miles away?
Yeah, distance is absolutely a thing you have to worry about when it comes to dating apps. Because there was somebody I found that I'm like, you know what, this person doesn't seem bad. I'd like to meet them. They lived north of Seattle, and, you know, I live in Oregon. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's a 7-hour drive, man. It's not like I
Yeah.
don't want to go, but there's no way.
I mean, even if you agree to meet halfway each time, that's still, like, you still have to pay for, like, I don't know, a place to hang out or stay for the day or for the weekend or whatever. And both of you still gotta spend, like, 3.5 hours driving to the middle point.
Yeah, it's just really hard to justify even trying to go on dates with dating apps at this point. Because I see it, I'm like, I don't want to be against it, but what's the point in trying on some of this?
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Plus, I mean, I get ads for them sometimes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like some of the newer ones, it's like I'm always skeptical. I'm like, this one's probably gonna be like terrible. And I go and I look up like, how bad is such and such? And it's like, oh yeah, they have a thing where it's like you sign up and you'll get like 90 or 70 likes out of nowhere, but they're all people from like different countries all over the world, so they don't even have like an actual like range filter.
Oh, that's...
Or the one they have, it's not on by default, so you're just swiping through just random people on the planet. It's like, I don't got teleportation, man.
Yeah, and even then, even if you match with somebody and try to go the distance, gas is already so friggin' expensive that it's like, it would be cheaper if I DoorDashed you food from halfway across the city than for me to drive halfway to you.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, and it's also kind of tough if you're trying to avoid using the apps themselves, because like especially in my case, pretty much everybody in so I'm kind of part of like I'd say like two-ish friend groups, maybe it's like 2.5 worth of groups,
yeah.
and one of them are people who are kind of like sorta in my age range, or like a tiny bit older than me. I'm like the youngest of the group,
Mm-hmm.
but everyone in the group is in relationships, and I'm like one of, you know, I'm like the oddball out, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm not like a homewrecker type, so I'm not gonna try and like be, you know, flirting with people's like girlfriends or whatever, because that's sketchy.
Oh yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
vibe with that.
Yeah. I get that.
So there's that, but then my other group is the airsoft group, and we're like all guys, so obviously not really not really a place to go for that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean it's difficult to meet people organically, because like the college I go to, everyone's like people aren't like rude to each other. Like we're all like cordial and nice to each other, but it's a very competitive environment where everyone knows everyone's like competing for these spots. So it's, I don't know, there's like a bit of tension there, but not the good kind, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where it's like everyone's kind of trying to one-up everyone else. Like a very cutthroat environment because of how competitive it is.
Yeah. The best will win, and you gotta be the best if you want to make sure you get the best opportunities.
Exactly. Yeah, I think in my entire lifetime, I've only ever asked out someone in person, like, once. Like, ever.
Really?
Yeah. I don't really count going through dating apps because that's not the same thing as, like, approaching somebody in person who you know in person
Mm-hmm.
and telling them how you feel about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only ever done that once in my life.
Well, fair enough. Honestly, I've tried with dating for a bit, and I have not had very good luck recently. I did try, because I was looking through my profile, and this one woman reached out to me, and she started talking a little bit about a book series that she and I both like to read. So we started talking for a little bit. We didn't match at first, but we talked for a while, and eventually I went, you know what? I may not be the most interested in her, but I'll still, like, I'll meet up at a cafe and I'll talk with her for a bit, see how it goes. And I found out she was a Disney adult. I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had one of those happen to me too, actually.
Because it's kind of that problem where I'm like, look, you seem like a decent person, but I'm not moving to California.
Yeah, and it's like, in my case, like, it was to the point where said person really wanted to go around and travel like the world and all these different places and stuff, wanted to live abroad, and, you know, on top of the whole Disney adult thing. And all I was thinking is, like, I kind of gotta focus on, you know, getting my, you know, X-ray and MRI training and such, and certifications aren't like international. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want to just like uproot my entire life just to, you know, roam around Europe trying to get certifications in all these different countries to do that job. I mean, she was a nice person, you know, and I'm sure that there's someone out there who would probably be a better fit for her on those things, but it was just kind of like unfortunate because you had the Disney adult thing, plus, you know, the whole constant traveling and living abroad thing.
Yeah, because from when I've lived abroad, like when I was living in Mexico, it was super difficult to deal with. Because when you move to a new country, there is a massive culture shock that people will not truly talk about. And it's something that, of course, you just have to deal with. You gotta figure it out, because once you move to the other country, you're too far in to leave afterwards when it gets difficult. You're just, nothing's gonna come from doing that at that point.
Well, especially with like language differences too. Like, I'm the kind of person where, like, I'm gonna just be completely honest. As long as I'm like living here in the U.S., I'm really not all that interested in learning languages other than English. Like, I've put time into learning, you know, like sign language and ASL and such, because kind of part of what I see a little bit with that is it's like, you know, maybe it's like kind of like an offshoot of English, because it's just signed English basically.
Yeah.
If you're in the U.S. for the most part, so it's a little easier, but also it's like, I don't know. I kind of have this like standard for myself where if I ever did want to move to another country, and I don't mean like temporary live abroad type thing, I mean like if I thought to myself, oh, I want to live in this place here, you know, like I want to, you know, live in this country, then I'd actually want to put effort into trying to learn one of the main languages spoken there. But if that's not the case, I'm just not going to put myself through doing that.
Yeah. And the phrase really is use it or lose it. If you are in an environment to consistently practice whatever language you want to learn, you're just going to not really master it. My Spanish has been slipping. Like, I try to talk with my coworkers and people I meet in Spanish from time to time, but there's only so much I can do when there's just nobody I know that I can talk to frequently in Spanish.
Remember when you were on that like long-term like trip thing
Yeah.
down in Mexico? I remember how like every now and then when I would like email back and forth, you know, every once in a while when I did, how sometimes you'd like include bits of Spanish and how you're talking, probably because like, you know, when you're surrounded by that language more, you kind of naturally want to speak it more.
Oh yeah.
You know? It's kind of something interesting I noticed. But yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it. And my sign language skills have definitely degraded. Like, there's a few things I'll always know, like knowing how to sign the word for stealing, because I used to work in retail and I would like sign to my coworkers that someone was stealing without saying it out loud.
Oh, that's smart, actually.
And then he just kind of looked at me weird. It's like, I don't know sign language. It's like, it looks like like the word for stealing in sign language, it totally looks like how you would imagine it would. It's like you have one arm lifted and then you like take the other arm and it looks like you pinch and pull something out from under the arm, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're taking something.
Yeah.
It's like such a perfect sign for that meaning. But yeah, I know that. I can fingerspell. There's like a few very basic things. Like when I was at my last job, I was able to do some very limited signing with like some of my patients, which is kind of cool. It's like, wow, I actually got to use it, you know, because like you have to ask what's your name, what's your birthday, you know, before you do like a, you know, medical procedure for someone. And even like minor ones like drawing blood.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cool to be able to like, you know, like, oh, like sign what is your name and birthday, and then have them like finger spell out their name and then sign the numbers for their birthday. And that was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't use it very much outside of that. But with the apps thing, which ones did you end up like trying to use? Because
So the first one that I tried using was there's one that's associated with my church. And so I used that one first because I was just curious to see if it would actually be any decent. Because, you know, meeting some people within, like, the same faith, you're going to have, at the very least, a group of people that have same beliefs, a bit of the same culture and ideals. And so I was kind of hoping, hey, maybe I'll find somebody who I share those ideals with. I never really did. I just happened to run across just more people who were willing to talk about the church. But the issue is, being in Oregon, you find more people who are against religion than for it. And so even when it was, oh yeah, this is an environment where people want to actually engage with the church, you're supposed to be members, I kept on finding people who were, like, essentially, the phrase that we call for them is antis, where they're just anti-everything to do with the church. So it's like, why am I on a church dating site if all you're going to do...
that hate said church.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point?
That's bizarre, you know, and I think I know a little bit of what you're talking about, because like, and yours isn't like the only, you know, church or whatever that's, you know, had some stuff previously that people were like, they criticized size, even if that's not at all what's practiced in modern times anymore or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
You never
And so people
remove
just put-
past things.
Yeah, so people will put all of that on you, like as if like that's you, which is kind of harsh, a bit unfair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a super religious person. I mean, I have kind of turned back around a bit in recent years, but I'm definitely not the go to Sunday every weekend type of guy, you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
But even so, when I was still trying out the dating apps and such, I matched with this one person. That, I mean, there was like a number of things that were kind of like red flags, you know. But when you get barely anybody who matches with you, you're kind of like, all right, I'll just talk with this person for a bit and see, like,
I'll test it out,
the
see.
good versus bad. Yeah, yeah. And like one of the things that kind of bothered me is like, even though I'm not like fervently like religious at all, I have some family members who are definitely more like that. And hearing this person like trash talk and wish like ill things upon people like that, even though she wasn't referring to me because I wasn't more extreme in that kind of belief, it kind of bugged me because it's like you're talking about my family members or people I know and care about, you know. I don't think that a relationship is going to work because like why would I want to invite someone into into my family if they don't like my family? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's especially because when you're trying to bring somebody into your life, you really want to make sure that that person mixes well with your family, because if they don't, you have to deal with the fact that, oh, if we don't get along with my family, how are we gonna visit for like holidays? What's our ideal way of dealing with things?
Yeah, I mean that can be definitely be a problem. Or if they want you to dress up like a dog, and I'm not gonna keep going. That was also another thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and she saw like a picture. My actual dog was like, but this was like before I found out about the other stuff. She was like, "Can I be his mom and you can be his dad?" And then it was just kind of like, eventually I started thinking, I don't want to let you anywhere near my dog, based on the things I'm learning.
yeah. Some people you just find out things about them. You're like, I no longer wish to associate anything with you. I don't want to be around this.
Yeah. Apparently, one of the main things she liked about me is she thought I reminded her of like Daryl from The Walking Dead or something.
Oh gosh. Oh, she's one of those.
Yeah.
Just I mean, it could. There's just so much, because I've told you about the story of when I accidentally went on a date with a married woman, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was nuts.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that I think all dating apps are trash, but I'm not exactly fully on board with them just because of how many times I've had to deal with stuff.
Well, even if you find people who seem relatively like average or normal people, like I'm sure you're probably the same way about this, but like when I was going on the apps and such, I was never thinking I want to get like somebody who's an 8 out of 10 minimum or higher, or I want somebody who's like the best looking or this or this or that. Like all I really thought to myself as like just like an average regular person who has a decent personality, that's enough. Like literally that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's like for some reason, like a lot of the profiles where they're just like relatively like normal and such, almost never would get matched with one of those. Or I would think I did, and then they ended up being like one of the people that I just previously mentioned.
Yeah. The other thing too is when you have people who want to sell you on like their OnlyFans stuff, it's like,
Oh my gosh, yeah, okay, when I like first tried dating apps after the end of that like 7-year relationship. I'd never touched one of those in my entire life, like ever. So that was like, yeah. And one of the things I noticed on which I made the mistake of going on Tinder, just even downloading it was a mistake.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like bots and like OF people on there being like, oh, I'm looking for somebody for a collab or whatever. It's just like, ew. No. It's like either you're a bot or you're actually doing this, neither of which are things I'm a fan of.
Yeah. Because I can understand, like, if you're on Tinder and you're just trying to find somebody for, like, a hookup, that's cool. But then if your other thing is, hey, I'm here looking for hookups, and then it turns out, yeah, so if you're going to hook up with me, I want to make a
Have to
video.
record it and post it online for everybody to see.
It's like, hold on a minute. This just went from me meeting up with a stranger for meaningless sex to I'm going to put myself on the internet so people will know what I look like. This has no longer just become a one-off thing. This is turning into a commitment.
And then they got Bible verses in their bio at the same time.
Oh yeah, of course. I will say though, a bad, probably a toxic trait of mine is I love it whenever I have those bots or those accounts reach out to me. I just fuck with them so much. It's like, oh yeah, no, I've totally done this. Yeah, I've done that.
I had one bot that tried to send me a like, because you know how like it would show you like, oh, this person liked you or whatever, and it was like obviously not a real person because it was like it looked like Wendy Williams, but she was photoshopped to be like floating off the ground and having some ritual fire thing and like a pentagram or whatever.
Yeah.
And like I was gonna like match back as a joke to be like, oh, or, you know, like I was gonna make some jokes about like, oh, what are we summoning tonight, or something stupid like that.
Yep.
Or it's like, oh, what kind of demon are you? You know, something really cheesy and stupid. But then their account got taken down because someone probably reported them. I was like, oh, that could have been fun.
Yep.
Just as a joke, but yeah. And then that's another thing too, is like there's a lot of guys on there that are like really, really creepy and like shouldn't be on those apps in the first place, but obviously they don't. There's no realistic way to screen out the
you can't get rid of
the
creeps.
bad types. Yeah, so it's like literally like every time I've like gotten to the point in a conversation with a match about like, hey, would you like to, you know, go to this place or meet up? They're just like afraid to meet up in person because of prior bad experiences.
Yeah.
Like,
and you
there's
can't.
this one person that she was going on about, like, early on in the messages, she was like, oh, you're so cute, and I love your long hair, and I want to, like, I don't know, something about, like, put her fingers through my hair, or, like, try to braid it or something, I don't know, it was kind of funny. And so that made me think, like, oh, this is, like, high interest, right? That's kind of what I thought. And then, you know, I didn't immediately, you know, say, let's meet up. I like let the conversation go for a bit further, and then later I suggested meeting up. She even was like doing like, I didn't ask for this. She was doing good morning texts and stuff like all week, you know?
Yeah.
And it was just like it seemed like it was going weirdly well. And then she like eventually just says, yeah, I don't know if I can meet up. I'm afraid of men. So it's just like, oh, okay.
Which at that point you just kind of go, you're afraid, but your preferences are to talk with. Like it just kind of that confusing part of, I understand what you're trying to say. I have some questions though, because some things don't make sense.
Yeah, and then it's like one of the few times I did go on an in-person date, because I mean, basically the entire time, I mean, I got like a number of matches. Now keep in mind, it wasn't a lot. It would be like once every few months I'd maybe get one or two. You know, that's kind of how it would work. And one of the few in-person dates I ever went on through the apps, I was like sitting in the car with this person, and she was talking about, I was like, yeah, I tried to go on a date with this other guy, and he just immediately tried choking me out in the car, and I was just like,
what the fuck?
Shit. Yeah. Yeah, but like, she had that experience. She was cool with meeting me and, you know, being like, oh, he seems like he's not a psycho. But the other person, like, said, oh, I'm afraid of men, so it's like, I can only imagine what kind of experience that might have been.
Right? Because it's like when they say, oh yeah, I like talking with you, but I don't want to meet up, it's like, okay, I can understand why. Like, I'm not gonna press you to meet up with me.
It's like, would you like to get coffee in front of the police station just so you feel safe?
Right?
It's like, I swear, I'm not a crazy person. I just want to talk to you, but not through text.
Yep. Just, I don't know.
Weird.
I was about to say,
know.
you kind of got the, Mediterranean Jesus look.
Yeah, if he got, like, sent up north and got more pale and got blondish brown hair. But yeah, I mean, very clearly in all my pictures, I look like a guy. You know? But then this person tried to match with me, and she claimed she was like lesbian in her bio. And I did, like, I was really curious why that happened. So just for the heck of it, I like messaged back and I was like, hey, like, thanks for the like or whatever, but it says you're lesbian, so I don't understand why you sent me a like or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't remember that. I don't think that's exactly how I said it. It was something along those lines.
Paraphrasing what you sent before.
Yeah, and then like a few weeks later, after I said that, she messaged back, and she changed her orientation to bi. So either she was lying in the first place on, like, you know, on her profile on what her orientation was, or she saw me and she's like, maybe I do like guys too. I don't know, it was odd. But then she also moved to, like, she was like in California, so it was like a super long distance. Like, I don't understand why you would hit like when we're like multiple states away, but yeah.
Well, you know how things go. I just assume half the time that they're normally just trying to scalp people for more OnlyFans subscribers. Like, I've stopped doing, like, because I got locked out of my, old Snapchat account because for some reason if I was to log in, I needed to, like, log in on a familiar, like, because my password and my username were correct. There was no issue with that. But, like, Snapchat was saying, yeah, if you want to actually use the service and fully log into your account, you need to log in on a Wi-Fi network that your account was previously logged into.
Kind of a problem if you move.
Yeah, and I had, so I'm just like, well, I don't want to go 30 miles away just to get access to my Snapchat account. So I made a new one, only for the purposes of, honestly, just Tinder, because I figured I'd give it another shot. Mistakes were made, because it was Tinder. And now every time that somebody, I'm under the impression that if anybody asks for Snapchat after I message and, like, link with them, they're just trying to be, yeah, if you want to meet with me, I need you to verify you're a real person by paying for my $5 monthly OnlyFans subscription. It's like, the fuck?
Gosh.
Because I understand verification, I'm not against that. I'm not paying for your OnlyFans just so I can verify I'm a real person. Because where I don't understand that lethal logic.
Yeah, that's... Luckily, I haven't had a whole lot of, like, them directly try to get me to pay for that stuff. You know, usually if I see something, anything that looks suspicious like that, you know, but they can still hide it too. Like, they can look like a normal profile and then, yeah. But, yeah, I also have Snapchat, but I only ever have it because the group chat for one of the 2 friend groups I'm in, they do all of their communication through it. So that's literally the only reason I have it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And sometimes I forget I have like old numbers in my phone, and it will like every now and then suggest you might know this person, and it will be like the profile of somebody that I matched with once 2 years ago, and they now have a profile picture where they're like married and have kids and a family and stuff, and it's just like, thanks Snapchat, that makes me feel better. It's like don't get me wrong, I'm happy for them, but it's just like, dang, didn't need to show me that, Snapchat.
Yep.
But I even have contacts turned off, and it still pulls like numbers.
Oh yeah.
You know, like even like old ones I've like forgotten to get rid of.
And it's always jarring when those ones get suggested to you. You're like, I'm sorry, what? How did you get
or
this?
Or if it like suggests the Snapchat of like your ex or whatever. And it's just like, do you know this person? It's like, not anymore. But yeah, the online stuff, I feel like with like the apps, it's just slowly gotten worse and worse over the years. I mean, I know people back in 2023 were already saying the apps were bad, but like I feel like they've gotten even worse since then.
I feel like they can only get worse at this point, because the companies are making money because desperate people are using them, and you can always monetize desperate people. But then you got people who are finding new ways to advertise things and make money off it, that there's really nothing we can do.
I kind of wish I had the skills to be able to make apps and such, because I would literally just make my own that doesn't have all the bullshit that the other ones have, and it would probably be like, I don't know how I would do it, but I kind of like the idea of it being like some kind of peer-to-peer system where like you don't have to have like a centralized like server for it to work, because you know how like some of the older Call of Duty games or whatever, you would basically just like go online to try and play, and then you would just get matched up with other people who are also searching.
Yeah.
You know, for a game to play. I feel like that could be like, again, I don't know the technicalities for it. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I feel like that could be a semi-decent alternative of sorts.
Yeah.
Because it goes for people who are in your area, and there's not some centralized server that like shuts down, you know. And then maybe you just have some safeguards in place to try and limit the amount of bots and scamming.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, you'd need some people to like run it, you know. But yeah, I just, especially with like the changes they made to Hinge, like I think like roughly a year ago, they did a thing where basically, if you have a certain number of likes in your feed or a certain number of matches, you're like blocked from starting new conversations.
Oh.
And until you like clear them out. Like basically, if you have like I think several unreplied DMs, you're not allowed to start a new conversation with a new match or whatever. And I feel like it's no secret that on average, women get like way more likes and messages than guys do, and that's also because of the ratio difference. There's like what, like 8 of us for every like 3 of them or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
And basically, you end up with a situation where you could send a like to a girl's profile, but either, she's not into you, which, fine, or it's a thing where she would possibly message you, but she has this conversation that she's waiting on to continue with this other guy, or she has like a full inbox already, so she's not even gonna bother to look because she's like, I can't do anything anyway until I decide to stop, until I decide to cut these people off. And that kind of messes with, I don't know, your abilities to get actual conversations, at least as a guy on that app. I mean, unless you're one of those people who does really, really well. And I think it just translates to like even less people who match with you because they literally can't.
Oh yeah. It's also, I would say that the hardest thing for me personally is whenever I have to listen to like people talk about dating apps, the worst thing has always been, how do you approach or open up a conversation? Because quite honestly, it feels like there's no right way to do it. You can only do it incorrectly.
Yeah. I'd say, it's interesting because I've tried different approaches. Like throughout the time I was on the dating apps, I tried everything from like pickup lines. Yes, I know, terrible. I didn't do that every time. It was like every once in a while if I thought I could have a good one.
Well, you just gotta experiment and figure out what works and doesn't work for you.
It doesn't come naturally to me though. I'm definitely not one of those people that even if I was literally out at a bar with the intention of trying to get somebody to date or go home with, I don't do pickup lines. I feel like the only time I ever do them is if I'm literally already in a relationship with the person and I can just be as I don't know.
It's easier to be
joking
forward and joke about it when you know them and you have that rapport.
Yeah, because they're already into you, so you can just say whatever, funny or foul or diabolical pickup line you want because they're gonna laugh at it.
Yeah, because nobody's unironically gonna say something like, I just shit my pants, can I get in yours? You don't say that to a stranger.
Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah, so I tried that kind of stuff, and every once in a while it worked, but I never felt good doing it because it's like, pickup lines are not me. This isn't how I would communicate with somebody in person, but
it's also
kind of a game, so it's like you have to approach it a little differently sometimes.
Yeah. It's also when it comes to pickup lines, whenever I've talked with people about this over years of talking about these things, every time, everybody I've said when they talk about a pickup line that works and doesn't work, there's everybody has that one pickup line where they're like, yes, that will absolutely work on me. You use that on somebody else and they go, what the fuck is wrong with you? Pickup lines are not a consistent way to get anything done. It works when you know the person, but there's no universal this works phrase.
Yeah, I think the only thing that really stands out to me as a pickup line I had that worked was this one person I matched with, and you know how I've done phlebotomy and drawing blood,
Yeah.
just like that. That's basically my current level of training in the medical field, right? I'm trying to advance. I'm in school to go to something more upper level, but
Yeah.
yeah. So that's what I currently am. If I was to go out and start working again, I'd do phlebotomy. But I ended up matching with somebody who was also a phlebotomist, and the pickup line I used was basically something along the lines of hey, I see that we're both phlebotomists, maybe we can figure out who has the better veins or something like that.
Yeah.
Because you have to get up close and personal and touch the person's arm, antecubital area, whatever. Stupid medical joke, but she thought it was funny and it worked. But that was a highly specific pickup line that would have not worked on anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Because it would only work on somebody who's in the same field of work.
Yep. Because with my ex, she was obsessive of D&D more than I will ever be. but I had studied enough poetry, and my favorite class to play is the Bard. And so all I had to do was normal Bard shenanigans when talking with her, and I was able to flirt effectively by doing that. I would
Nice.
not do that with a normal person. But for somebody obsessed with fantasy and D&D, yeah, that was the right call. If I went up to a girl who does welding, I'm just gonna hand her a beer and be like, "You want to talk about something?"
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean,
You
in
just,
my case, it's just like, yeah, that was just one of the only pickup lines I've ever said that I didn't immediately cringe after hitting send on, if that makes sense.
oh yeah, I get what you mean. Just,
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought about trying it again like a few months ago, and I made like a new profile with like, I mean, I think they were like objectively good pictures and really well thought out prompts. Like, I really put a lot of effort into it, like to try and make something that was just much better than I had before,
yeah.
and got zero. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
basically went through like the entire area within the range, and there was just zero likes back, and I was just like, well, okay then. And then I just deleted it because it's like, well, this is pointless.
Yeah. It's just... It's hard to continue working on something when you see no results. And it's not because you just want to quit. It's just that it's kind of futile because what's the... I would argue that it's worse for your psyche to scroll through a dating app where you're not getting matches or anything positive out of it. It's worse to do that than doom scroll late at night.
Oh yeah, I would agree. But I've also had things where a person would match with me to tell me that they think I'm attractive looking, but that they would never want to actually date me.
Yep. Which, I know some people try to say that as like some sort of compliment, but every time I've heard that before, I'm like, that's just a slap in the face. You're saying I'm attractive, but I'm not worth the effort to do anything about it.
Do you remember when we were at that the archery range with my other friend?
Yeah, yeah.
Remember how like we got some videos of each other shooting, my compound bow? Well, I thought to myself, like, after, that, when I, you know, gave the apps a try, I was like, oh, maybe I can like use one of the videos that was taken of me using my bow, right? Because I thought that would help.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, of everything I've ever had in a profile, that has been the sole thing that netted like the most attention out of everything. Like, if somebody ever said something specific about my profile, like if they ever did more than just sending a like, it was almost always something about the bow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's like a primitive caveman brain type thing where it's like, he hunt, he get resource, like, I don't know. That was my guess.
It could be the Unga Bunga. I can't say for certain. Whenever anything's happened with my profile, it's always because people will ask me about the recipes, because I talk about how I like to cook. I'm probably a better cook than you, and I like to experiment with weird recipes. And I always put the example of, I have a recipe for watermelon soup. Because who on earth would think to try that, much less make that abomination?
Hot soup or a cold soup?
It's a cold one.
Okay, well that makes sense. I was gonna say if it's a hot soup, I'd be like, that's kind of strange.
Yeah,
But I've
hot
also
would be
never heard of
awful.
watermelon soup.
Crushed ice and watermelon, and then you add some vegetables inside the broth to, like, change it up a bit.
Shallots. Brussels sprouts.
I mean, if you want to play that game, might as well add some peppers. Because I think the normal stuff that they recommend in the recipe, it's been a while since I read over it. But if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the normal stuff typically was more on the lines of like some radishes, some cucumbers that you would use a melon ball to make for like ice cream. You use like an ice cream scoop to make like some melon balls or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't know. It was weird, but almost everybody would just like that was the most interesting thing on my profile. So people were going, "Oh, so you think you're a better cook than me?" It's like, I mean, I think I know I'm a better cook than most people.
Yeah,
But
that's one thing I don't really got. I'm not much of a cook. Like, I can do very basic things. Like, I can cook up some eggs on the stove. I know how to use a microwave. I know how to put some things in the oven. But
Yeah.
I just actively avoid anything that involves me having to check the temperature of a meat being cooked. I'm just really lazy in that regard. I'm like a very, very hardworking person, but when it comes to food, I'm just like, these are calories. Like I don't really care how I get them as long as they're not like unhealthy to eat, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
No, I get you. It's also because when it comes to cooking, I enjoy cooking just because how I do it is I listen to music, I dance around a little bit as I'm getting through everything. So it's a lot more entertaining for me. I know a lot of people who just when they start cooking, they just hammer it out and they don't do anything else while they do it. It's like you don't listen to audiobooks, you don't have music going on, not even a podcast, you just raw dog cooking as is. I would not be able to do that and enjoy it nearly as much. I respect the people who
See,
can.
Like that's cool that you're able to like enjoy it more, because I mean, in terms of like something that's a bit of like a chore or a physical task, there's not a whole lot of things I feel that way about. Um, but one of the times where I do feel really in the zone, because like if you feel in the zone with cooking, that's kind of how I feel about like when I'm like trying to make armor and stuff. Like when I'm working on the 3D files and like trying to modify them or make something new, like a new tool or a new part, or if I've like printed it out and I'm like in the yard putting on the painter's mask and I'm like spraying and then taking the paintbrush, and
Yeah.
that's when I feel like I'm in the zone. Like that's when I feel like I'm doing something that's like like a skill or a task where I don't hate doing it. I'm just like, this is my skill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that also doesn't lend itself very well to, I don't know, the whole, like, dating app thing.
I
It's
feel
just
like
not the same as cooking, because cooking is a lot more practical and approachable in terms of, like, oh, this person could add this to my life. Whereas, with my thing, if I have, like, one picture of, like, a really well-made suit of armor I've put together, it's probably not gonna have the same effect.
I mean, maybe not initially, but I would argue that it would also just work because it's a novelty thing, and people love novelty in hobbyists. Because if, on the one hand, if you can afford to be a hobbyist in this day and age, any hobby really just sticks out to people. It shows that you have a personality, but also shows that you're just willing to do things because you want to get it done. And people are attracted, or at least they gravitate towards people who are willing to be that interesting.
I
Of
guess
course.
that's a fair point. I mean, I've only ever tried it on, like, yeah, in a very limited sense, because that brief time where I gave, like, Hinge another try, that was, like, well after I had... Because you remember I posted, like, one of the armor videos for making the armor?
Yeah.
I, later on, thought, oh, maybe I could, like, include that, the next time I make something. And I also just didn't get any responses back, and I was kind of like, oh, I thought I would get maybe at least one, like maybe one random person 70 miles away that I couldn't actually date, but, at least someone, to talk to a little bit. But
Yeah.
nope, not even that. And I think part of that is because of that change with, like, how Hinge did messaging stuff. And then Bumble's also tricky because they have like these really stringent like photo filter things. I don't mean change the appearance of the photo. I mean like if anything looks vaguely tactical-ish looking, it gets a flag that's like, oh, there's guns in your picture. Like even though I have 0 guns in the picture,
Yep.
because they have a rule against having any kind of like firearms, which obviously I'm not gonna pose with an actual gun. Like that's kind of threatening.
Yep.
You know. It's like, ah, yes, this is a great idea. Let me, like, point the barrel at the camera and be like, yeah, I want to date people and I'm armed. It's just like, I totally get why that's a bad idea. Like, and I was never even trying to do that in the first place. But it's like, this is very clearly science fiction armor. Like, this is art. Like, this isn't, like, threat. This is, like, something cool that you wear to a convention and you make friends with. You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah, but you forget a lot of these apps are related to women with Californian politics.
Yeah, that's true. What else is kind of funny is like Bumble is one of those apps that for the longest time it's like we're different because women send the first message, and the first message either
Hey.
happens or yes, or it's hey. That's all I've ever gotten. And it's kind of funny because like someone will match with you, and it's like, oh, well, I'm the guy, so I have to wait because that's the way the app worked. And then the timer would just run out, and they wouldn't like message. Like, not even a simple hey. It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating. They eventually ended up getting rid of that feature.
Yep. That was the thing that made me laugh the most. Because I understand why they got rid of the feature, but it's also just funny as fuck that it's like, the whole purpose was women make the first move. And I think that Bumble was the first app that made it so you can't... I think it was Bumble that was, you can't send images, like image files from your phones or pictures, so that way you can't, like, the creepy dudes weren't sending unsolicited dick pics to women.
Yeah. I mean, that just makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my time on the app, the voice crack moment. No, my time on the apps, I never thought to myself, you know what would make this conversation better? A picture of my, like...
Yeah.
I don't understand how there are guys who think that. If there has ever been a time where I ever did send one, it was very sparse.
Because it was
like,
requested.
common. Yes, because it was requested. Never send unsolicited.
Yeah.
I think I saw this one video, it was just showing some of like the really weird things people have to deal with on dating apps. And there's like this guy that matched with this girl, and she literally sent him like a video of her getting, I'm not gonna say it,
Yeah.
but you can probably get what I'm alluding to. And he's like, did you really just send me a video of you? And she's like, yeah, so? And like the commentator for the video said, the Chad sexual harasser. It's like, yeah, so?
Oh, sadly that makes sense. Just, because women can get away with sexual harassment so much more. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just, at least for the foreseeable future, unless I'm given solid enough reason to try it again, I'm just kind of done with the apps. I mean, it's really hard to meet people in person for like the various reasons we already talked about. But yeah, it's unfortunate because I've got friends, and although I'm not like settled into my career yet, I'm in training for it.
Yeah.
And it's like I've got a decent well-rounded life, and it's just like that's kind of the one thing that's not there, I would say. Like the two things are, yes, I have like a couple friend groups, but I don't see them super duper often. If I had, there's more opportunities for me in those groups to hang out, that would be something that could improve.
Yeah.
Or actually being able to go on dates, that would also be like the other area where there'd be improvement.
Mm-hmm.
There's like one person at this one church group I tried going to that I've considered asking out possibly, but again, since like the last time, it was like what, 9 years ago was the last time I ever asked somebody out in person.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, I mean, that should say something. That's kind of a huge deal. I'm even considering that, you know, considering my track record.
Hey, better than me. It wasn't the last time, thankfully. I've gone on a date since then. But earlier this year, I asked a girl on a date. I thought I was going to be able to take her out. Things seemed to be going well. She seemed interested. She ghosts me, and then a couple weeks later, I have to give her a ride. And I just look at her and I'm like, okay, so I don't want to push the issue, but you kind of ghosted me. Can I ask what was going on there? She goes, oh, you thought I was serious. I'm sorry, I was only joking. It's like, damn, that is not the phrase.
It's like even more hurtful.
Yeah, because at the point it's like, oh, I'm only joking. It's like, ow, okay.
It's like, hey man, I'm a human being too. I mean,
Just just one of those days where you're just like, oh, okay, that is a phrase that you have said. Definitely not something I ever thought I would hear, much less wanted to.
yeah. You know, in my case, it's like I'm so used to things not going well on the app side of things, and I was used to. I mean, because you remember in what was it, junior year? I'm not gonna say names, but do you remember who I went to prom with that year in high school?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, that did not work out so well for me. So that was kind of like basically my only experience of having asked somebody out. It just was kind of a mistake, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Also, because I don't know if you remember this, but she like was going around and like, I can't remember, was it Eric or someone else? She went off like dancing with them, which is kind of, I don't know. I felt that was a little, maybe slightly rude, just because it's like, I would think the person that took you to prom and like did all the stuff would be the person that you dance with and hang out with at prom, but yeah.
Apparently,
then,
I'm thinking wrong because I agree with you, so I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird, so I ended up walking somewhere else with like someone else. It's been so long, so my memory's fuzzy. I can't remember if you were one of the people I was walking with, but me and somebody else was like, let's get out of here. Like, not like leave prom, but it's like, let's go somewhere else in the prom, you know,
Yeah.
to a different area to hang out, right? And I was like, forget that. Like, I'm not doing that. And then, you know, I kind of stayed there for a while, and then eventually there was like this weird thing where she tried to like go off somewhere else and wanted me to chase her, like wanted me to be like, where'd she go? Because she came back later after I think you and I and some of the other, you know, guys in our group were talking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you were supposed to like come looking for me or this or this or that, and I was like, oh, you left?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Which, I mean, honestly, I feel like that was pretty deserved. Still not sorry about it.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah, and then, you know, you gotta also keep in mind that prior to that prom, there were like some times where she and I hung out with each other. Not a whole lot, but there was some times, and it was one-on-one, it was just us. It was like, it was very clearly implied that like, you know, I was, you know, intending for something more than just being friends, and she kind of did this thing where she acted interested and then would like pull away and then acted, and it was just like I didn't even have time to react to it. It would be stuff like we'd be walking through this like forest park area near where I lived, you know, and she would go to like, you know, reach her hand down, hold my hand or whatever, and then she'd quickly pull it away, and then she'd touch again, and then she'd just pull it away, and it was really bizarre because I was thinking, it's like, do you want to hold hands or not? Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, yeah, and that wasn't the only thing, but it was just kind of tiring. So like after the prom, you know, I basically, you know, told her, it's like, so are you, you know, I kind of get the feeling you're not like wanting to, you know, actually date or whatever. I mean, because I wouldn't ask someone to prom. I mean, I know there's some people that only go as friends, but like I'm definitely not one of those people. Like if I go through the effort to, you know, figure out their favorite color of flowers and write them some like letter and do all the, you know, that stuff, very obviously it's not platonic intentions. So eventually she said like, oh, I just don't like labels. And I was like, okay, all right. And then I was just like, I was just done with it, just kind of casually walked away. And then sometimes she would like text every once in a while, and I just didn't engage as much as I used to, because it's like, well, if we're not dating, it's kind of, I don't really, you know, see a point in responding to a 3 a.m. text about like how you're feeling about whatever current thing is happening with you. You know, that kind of like changes the dynamic a little. And then when we got back to school after summer break was over, she, I think, tried to talk to me once or twice in the hallway, and I wasn't rude. I wasn't like shunning her or anything. It's just like if she said something, I'd say something back. But if she walked away, I would like never follow after her and never like try to open conversation. I was just basically like, okay, I'm done. If she says something, I'll talk back, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to talk to this person like on my own accord anymore.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think that seems pretty fair, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And then she ended up leaving the school, and there was this whole thing where she started talking about how like, oh, it was so hard seeing him in the hallways and not talking to him anymore, and this and this and that, and like these, and she said some stuff to me too, like, and basically claimed that that was one of the reasons, like one of the big reasons why she left the school, which is bizarre, because like
that's just kind of
she and I
blaming you for her issues at that point.
Yeah, you know, and it was just kind of weird, because it's like if you wanted to be in a relationship with me, all you had to do was like actually reciprocate, you know, because it's like a two-way street.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then she started going on about how like it was so hard to see you in the halls and us not talk and this and this and that, and it was just really weirdly dramatic. Like she made it sound like I was her ex or something, which was, again, weird, because she's the one who said I don't want to put a label on anything. But yeah, so that was like the only experience I had having asking another person out in person. So obviously not going to be super quick to want to try that a second time with somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the other person I'm considering asking out, I'm just kind of thinking about how I would even go about doing it, because they're not somebody I've known a super duper long time. They're somebody I've had some like decent conversations with.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the first time I talked to, you know, just like, I mean, I'm sure you already know this, like how us guys are. Usually we can see someone and be like, oh, this person is nice looking, right?
Yeah.
Like, right? So that's kind of what I thought immediately the first time I talked to her. But my thought was not, I'm gonna ask times first. Maybe that's just weirdly extra cautious of me to say, but like I'm just not somebody who can go up to another person sheerly based on how they look and ask them out. Like that's just like not who I am.
Yeah.
So I've talked with this person a few times, and they seem, you know, pretty nice. But I also don't want it to be a thing where it's like it feels really out of nowhere, or you know what I mean? Because like I don't want to wait too long to say something,
Yeah.
but I also don't want to say something too soon, or I don't want to approach it in a not so good way. Like I don't even know how I'd bring it up in person, you know? Like I thought like, what if you know, take them aside and then you like, you know, say something like, oh, I've liked our conversations we've had and whatnot, and I'd be interested in getting to know you better. Would you want to like go, you know, get like coffee sometime or something? Like something like low stakes and simple, right?
Yeah.
Not like some extravagant big date thing. Don't bring them a bouquet of flowers. Don't be like crazy about it, you know? Yeah, I don't really know how else to approach it, because the only long-term relationship I've ever had, I was approached first. So it was like, I didn't even have to do that step.
Yeah, no, I get that. I fully do. Because I was approached by my ex, too. I've never had success asking somebody out. I've just had success of somebody approaching me and saying, yeah, I'm interested. So, of course, there's only so much that
Well, I think another part of it too is like the environment I know this person in. It's like a relatively small-ish church group.
yeah.
Most of it is people in my own age range, and this person like knows a lot of the people there, and they talk with a lot of people. So one of the challenges is actually finding a good opportune moment to bring it up, because I don't want to just go up to someone in the middle of a conversation and be like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? Because that seems kind of like, I don't know, not the way I'd prefer to go about it. But you also don't want to just interrupt whatever it is I'm talking about with all these other people and just flatly ask them out for everyone, because
That's just
not
even
only
more
is it-
awkward.
yeah, and it also puts them on the spot, and it's like now they have to like take an answer in front of all these people, and it kind of pressures them. That's just like, you don't want that. So I guess I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I'm gonna do about that.
Honestly, the best thing you can do is just be honest about everything and just find a time to bring it up with them. That's really all you can do at that point. You want to respect their time, you want to be honest. The only issue is just finding that time to be honest while having the courage to be honest in that opportune moment. Because preparation and timing, not easy to handle.
I also find myself like mentally playing out all of the derivatives or ways this person could decline, and trying to think of like something to say to each scenario, which totally sounds kind of paranoid, but
It's not. I mean, sure, some people might say paranoid. I would argue it's not necessarily bad though. Just because it's a way to be prepared so you can professionally and respectfully handle it. Because if you don't prepare for rejection, you're not going to handle it well. And of course, nobody wants to prepare for rejection, but any smart person is definitely going to at least give a few minutes and think about it.
I guess part of it also is I'm kind of going into it basically telling myself, like, you are going to say this stuff to this person, and they're going to say no, and that's going to be the end of it. Like, that's basically what I'm telling myself, so that if they do say no, it's just like basically what have already like mentally accepted.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that, you know, like, how do I say this? Okay, so like obviously there's no way for me to just say in words how I look, but I think it's pretty obvious I'm definitely not one of those like upper tier looking types of people, but I'm also definitely not like a lower tier. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle-ish.
Yeah.
And
I'd place you above me, and I'm a solid 6.
See, I've had some people call me a 6, so that kind of like, I don't know, tracks. And then there was one time where I was bored and I took a picture of myself and did one of those like AI things where it like tries to analyze how people would think you are, and it usually puts me at like a 7. But that's also a computer, that's not like actual human feedback.
Yeah. I mean, I would have put you at a solid 7 personally. You're in better shape than I am. You're much more confident, and you're more sorted out, I would say. Because I am
I mean,
a hot mess.
you seem fairly confident, like in how I've seen you like talk to people and whatnot, like people you don't already know.
That's just because I spent years learning how to talk to people. That's just pure bullshit and learning how to go with the flow. Ugh. I'm glad to hear I can fake it till I make it, because I try, but that's all I can really do.
It's like me every time I go to that church group. Like on the inside, I'm kind of just like screaming. It's like this is a room full of a bunch of people I don't know, and I want to go hide in the dark and not talk to people. But like, you know, fake it till you make it, like you said.
Yep. You just gotta make it work and you go from there.
And also the paranoia about always thinking they're gonna like say no or not be into you. It's like I chose the Dark Angels faction for a reason. I have a touch of paranoia. Like
Yep. Oh no. Oh no, no. I just realized something about myself then.
does it have to do with the Dark Eldar?
No. My favorite faction are the
Thank
Iron
God.
Warriors.
Thank God.
Does that mean I'm a secret incel?
No, no, no. I was more so thinking of like all the leathery stuff. So, like, what kind of shit you into? No judgment, but hey, if you're
Some
flaying
judgment.
people alive, yeah. Ah, yes, I have a competitive hot dog eating mask. Like that. With like the round like metal mouth slot. Like, oh my god.
Yep.
I've heard of like people describe like Iron Warriors fans as being like severely autistic or like incels or something.
Yes.
Or they're like autismus prime.
Autismus Prime.
Yeah. Somebody somebody had a video, or no, they took like a screenshot of like, okay, you know the Iron Warriors, like the Iron Within animation thing that came
Yeah.
out a little while ago? It's
Yeah.
like, when I was taken from this world, its people still had iron in their blood. Like, it was just a screenshot of that character, and then it just had the caption Autismus Prime, where it said like, what emotion is this? Because it was like the Inside Out movie, but somebody like photoshopped or edited in that character. So they're like, a new emotion, and then it turns and it's that character going, when I was taken from this world.
I love that. I unironically love that.
Yeah, and then people were like, what is that emotion? And some people said like hatred, and another person said autism. And then yeah, there's the Autismus Prime.
Yep, I think autism
That's
is the
stuck
best
with me.
choice.
that's how I'm gonna look whenever I try to ask someone out in person. Just like standing there, like, when I was taken from this world. Because they're wearing a helmet, you can't see the character's actual face, but like, they still have like an expression, if that makes sense.
Yep. Well, especially because Autismus Prime over there, I remember that animation, because it's my favorite faction. I remember it well. And they did my boy well because he's in Terminator armor, even.
I know, that was my introduction to Terminator armor. I had actually never seen it before in setting.
Really?
Like, yeah. I mean, 40K is such a huge franchise that there's just some things that you don't find out about until way later, even though they're things most people know about.
Oh, yeah.
I knew there was different kinds of armor sets, but I didn't know about Terminator armor until, like, I saw that when that animation came out, and I was like, what is with that helmet? Why, like, and then the armor, it's like, it has that head slot thing where it's like, it goes up and over the head, and it's like,
Yep.
that looks a little bit like what some of the Primarchs wear. I thought that was just like some kind of unique Primarch armor, you know? And then come to find out, a lot of those Primarchs wear their own custom type of Terminator armor, and that's what that actually is. Well, and Perturabo's armor looks really sick.
Oh, yeah, it's... Well, because...
Especially with, like, the missile salvos on his back.
Well, yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, his armor pattern is what they used when, like, they based the Cataphracti Terminator armor off of his designs.
I gotta say, I really like the way that the Chaos-aligned Terminator armors look. I mean, especially with the tusks on them.
Oh, yeah, the tusks are phenomenal. Because being the Iron Warrior purist I am, my whole thing that I enjoy is I like having chaos without the mutations.
Yes, and without the daemon worship.
Yep. Because some of us are not interested in Lorgar's obsession with being a choir boy.
How good is that book, Chaplain? That thing I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of heresy, I was playing Space Marine 2 earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up... I'm gonna paste some of the images in general.
Okay.
I ended up dressing up my heavy like one of the Thousand Suns. I mean, as much as you can, because you can't get all the exact armor pieces.
Yeah. For now.
Yeah, and I went into a game of Siege, and my loyalist teammates weren't having it. You can see like what one of the guys is saying up in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. What heretical game have I tried? Oh, for fuck's sake, you said the meme.
Or it's like, if not actually one of the Thousand Suns, it could just be some really convoluted Alpha Legion plot.
Oh, for sure.
Infiltrate the Thousand Suns, help them, and then halfway through the battle, betray them and help the Loyalists, and then betray the Loyalists again, and then disappear, and don't say anything.
I feel like we just need to put the Giga Chad, like, Space Marine image there.
Yeah.
Do this, handle all of it, refuse to elaborate.
Dude, the Alpha Legion are like... You see, that's the thing I really like about this setting, is there's like a lot of factions and like legions and chapters that you can really get into and enjoy. Like the Alpha Legion is just... I love how they just play both sides, and they just get up to all of this bullshit and nobody knows if they're like truly traitor or truly loyalist.
And that's kind of my favorite part, because it really is just the most unhinged part of the lore, is trying to figure out how do we actually manage to make this work. And then later it's, what do you mean this is what's happening?
They're like the most chaotic neutral legion.
The autism neutral legion.
You know what's funny is I also dressed up my sniper class as an Alpha Legion type of appearance. And I
Hells
went to an
yeah.
operation. And I was like standing in the elevator as it was taking me and two of my loyalist teammates up. They both were looking at me. They did the "for the emperor," and then they're both like staring at me, and just like stepping closer and staring. So I like had my gun up. I was like pointed back and forth, not like in a threatening way, but like try to make it look like I was looking back and forth between them. Paused, waited for a moment, and then I was like, "For the emperor." Like, yes, I am a loyalist too. How are we today, my fellow loyalists? I am not infiltrating at all.
How do you do, fellow loyalists?
Well, and then there's that thing where Saint Celestine helps some Alpha Legionnaires.
Yeah. Granted, Celestine is... That woman has gone through almost everything at this point.
Yeah. I think I sent that thing already, the one where it was like, they had like, it was like Obama Photoshop or edited into a suit of like Alpha Legion armor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you sent that one to the DMs, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, cause...
I don't know. Maybe. Probably. It's classified.
Honestly, I absolutely love all of the memes that continue to spawn just because Obama exists.
Obama Prism.
The Obamnium.
Yes. You mean the Chaos Emeralds? So I've got one of those right here. Chaos Control.
Another one of my favorites is the meme where I was watching a Russian Badger video and they're making jokes about apparently Obama, like, supposedly, I think it was just a meme rather than reality, but there's a meme going around where Obama apparently threatened, like, one of his girlfriend's boyfriends with a drone strike if he ever treated her wrong. And so he just went, "You mean to tell me that you need a 25 kill streak to get a drone strike? Not when you're me."
That's funny. Or there's this other one. It's so stupid, but I still think it's funny. It's like gay Obama be like, let me be queer. Because it's so perfect with like how he says, you know, let me.
It is. Yeah, oh no, I can... It's worse because I can see him saying it too.
And now I can't unhear it.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I've heard him say like, let me be clear, I just hear, let me be queer.
Goodness gracious, I'm never going to be able to hear that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, I guess? I will say, I do miss the Flash game Obama Alien Defense.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, it was a good one from years ago. Like, I think it came out like 2009. It was a Flash game somebody made where Obama is just super jacked and he just gets access to bigger and bigger guns until he has the actual BFG from Doom.
Is it like a platformer type of game?
Yeah, it was a platformer.
He's such a memeable president too.
He really is.
Like there's just...
I also wish I could do a better, whatchamacallit. I wish I could do a better Obama impersonation. I just don't have a good Obama voice.
I mean, mine's pretty mid. I mean, I try, but there's like way better ones out there.
One of my favorite ones is somebody made they were playing Payday 2, and they made Joker Obama. It's like, Michelle, we gotta burn down Gotham. It's about sending a message.
I would definitely have to see that, like the full thing.
Oh yeah, I'll send you the video later on.
Oh yeah, one other thing when I was talking about the dressing like the Thousand Sons in Siege. So they said those things, but they also kept like coming up to me, and they both were trying to shake my hand and get me to shout for the Emperor with them. And that's when I sent the Magnus did nothing wrong thing.
Oh my gosh.
Like, for the Emperor! And then they'd like try to get me to shake hands with them, and I'd like point my gun at them and like back up, like, ew, don't touch me. I've also thought about getting Sam to get in on like a joke with me, because he plays Space Marine too.
Okay.
And my idea was, what if both of us try to take one of the classes and each edit it to look like Thousand Suns colors and schemes? I mean, as best as you can. You can't get it one-to-one.
Yeah.
Just because of game limitations. But I thought it would be funny to do that, and then we both go into operations. Because, like, there's people who play Space Marine 2, and they're very new to the Warhammer setting. They don't know all the traitor, factions, legions, whatever.
Yeah.
So if you go in dressed as, like, the World Eaters, which I've done, like, my Vanguard class has, like, a World Eaters type of appearance that I like to run sometimes. And I run with a power axe. But, yeah, usually people don't recognize that, but when the main antagonists of the game are the Thousand Suns, it's kind of harder even for the newer people to miss it when you're dressed like one. So I thought it'd be kind of funny if, like, Sam and I go into, like, some operations to get randomly paired up with a third person, but we only do the operations against the Tyranids. We never do the Chaos ones. And then when this person joins and they start like acting up and being like, what heresy is this? Or traitors, we'll just like both put in the chat sand noises between asterisks.
There we go. You gotta reference that meme. You have betrayed the Emperor. Magnus has lied to you.
I'm thinking of that, yeah. Yeah, you have the Mario 64 like pyramid desert music. Well, now I just have to sand thing in the chat.
There it be. Oh man. Oh, is it all? Oh gosh, it's almost 4 now.
Oh. I wasn't even keeping track of time.
I wasn't either. I just looked at my... I was looking at my stream. I'm like, there's no way I've been streaming almost 5 hours. What do you mean? It's not that oh, shit, it is that early in the morning.
I work in the morning.
Thankfully, no.
That's good. I don't have school tomorrow either, so
Oh, that's
sleeping
good.
in a bit shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, yeah. My whole thing is I'm giving somebody a ride later tonight to an event, but I can sleep until before then, so I'll be fine. I just...
Night? As in, like... I mean, because technically it's morning now.
Yeah. That's why I mean tonight, because it's supposed to be like... I think the event starts at like 7.
say like, "Don't you mean this morning?" Because
Mhm.
usually the way I think of it is, say for instance, oh, it's Friday, and I stay up super duper late, and it's like 4 in the morning, or even 5 in the morning on Saturday, and I'm like talking to someone in the house, and they're like, "Oh wow, it's such and such," and I just tell them, "Nope, it's still Friday night until I go to sleep and wake up."
Based.
The arbiter of time.
I mean, you have to be. Some people just want to oh gosh, I'm losing my words now. What am I even trying to say?
When I get done with midterms, something I've kind of wanted to try and do is get my Fallout 4 VR to work.
Ooh.
Because I use the Valve Index, right?
Yeah.
And it's not good with the Fallout 4 VR. And I had to use like a number of mods like to get Skyrim VR to work.
Really?
Like I think if we include the mods that I had to get to make Skyrim VR work on my PC, and like all the, you know, just stuff I had to add to it, I think I have like 140 mods. Now you don't need 140 to get the basic VR parts to work, but you do need like a handful, and then you need to change or adjust these different settings. Also,
Yeah.
ENVs don't work very well in VR. It totally messes with your vision. Like
Really?
it's just like all this like flickering and weird. Like maybe it's just the one I was trying to use, but when I saw how the game looked, I immediately was like, yeah, I'm uninstalling the ENV. Which is crazy because like normally I don't play without one because it just makes the game look so much better.
I mean, fair.
I was playing in like a bit of like a dark lord spell sword Argonian type of character.
Ooh, okay.
Whenever I play male characters, I kind of usually gravitate towards Argonians. I don't know why, I just really like playing as like an Argonian. I don't know, they're just like really cool to me.
I like Argonians. That was my first character that I ever made, was an Argonian.
Yeah, and then one of my first characters, wasn't my very first character, but one of the early ones, I did the usual thing everybody does when, Skyrim originally came out. It's like, I'm gonna make an orc and name them Shrek.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Can you say you truly played Skyrim if you never made a Shrek character?
I don't think you can. I've made a lot of Breton characters, a few Nords, some Argonians, a couple Khajiit, and I think one Redguard character.
Okay.
I'd like a female Redguard archer. All of the Bretons, most of them are mages because that's kind of what they're best spec'd into.
Ah, okay.
I also had like a high elf. I had like a male high elf I would play as, and I just kind of made a little bit of a joke out of it because I tried to like edit his face to make him look like he's actually like stoned. He's a high elf, you know. And then I don't know. I mean, there's some other characters I plan to make because I've got some really cool mods in my setup, like a lot of new kinds of magic. And one of the things I have are these like animated wings you can get for your character.
Yeah.
So when I'm like in the VR, I can like look to my left and I see like these like wings coming out of my back and stuff, and it's like really cool. And they're also functional. Like you use stamina to fly with them.
Okay.
The Argonian characters, they're not like the feathery type of wings. Like, you know how there's like bound weapons where it's like, oh, this is a bound bow or bound battle axe. It's like a summoned conjuration ghostly looking weapon that you can just summon with a spell and then equips that weapon.
Yeah.
So the the wings I chose are like dragon wings in their shape, but they're in that like bound conjuration, like translucent, like bluish purplish energy shimmering kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like my character is like this Argonian in like black ebony armor, and then they have like wings coming out of their back that is like projected using their like magic skills.
Okay.
Kind of hard to, you know, show it because I mean in VR you can't take screenshots very good of a character because you're in like first person.
Yeah.
Kind of started off with them being like a pretty normal or semi-noble type of character.
Mm-hmm.
They used like Dawnbreaker for a while. A new hand touches the beacon.
Yep.
And I was going through like Draugr crypts, and it's like the Dawnbreaker sword is like so cool whenever you're using it in VR, because like I'm sure you know in the regular game that's not VR, it has that chance to do that blue, goldish bluish flame like flash thing where it spreads all throughout the room.
Yeah.
And it hits all the undead and makes them flee. It is so cool in VR. Like you really feel like some type of like holy paladin type like character, especially when you're fighting a bunch of undead, because you're just like slashing, but you're doing it with like your own arm and stuff, and then you just run the blade through one of them you're about to kill, and then just this flash of like this cool bluish flame that spreads throughout the chamber and makes all of them flee from you. It's really cool in VR. But then I ended up doing the quest to get the Ogma Infinium.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of did a little thing, like, because I really get into the roleplay of the characters I make. I did a little bit of a thing where my character was like, I will never serve you, vile demon. Like, he was like, basically Meridia was like the only Daedra he consorted with, you know? Because he was like the only one he didn't see as completely evil. And then I had this thing where, oh, he opens the Ogma Infinium and he boosts his magic skill, and then I kind of mentally weaved into the story that the Ogma Infinium partially corrupted him and made him start pursuing other forms of power. So then he got the Mace of Molag Bal, and then he went and got the Ebony Mail from Boethia. I don't know if you remember what the Ebony Mail does.
It's been a while, so I don't remember off the top of my head now.
Basically, take a set of like ebony armor in terms of how it looks, take off the big jutting shoulder pads, kind of make it more sleek, add some like bluish cloth trim to it, and then give it a special ability where every time you go into combat, enemies that get too close to you start taking 5 points of poison damage per second.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it costs like 0 magic to use. It's just a really cool effect. But it also looks weird on some characters. Like I remember when we were in high school and I had a character back then on console who used the Ebony Mail, and basically whenever you get into combat, the effect starts. So if you went out into like a town and you stole something or you killed somebody, the effect would activate. But it also like changed how your character looks a little bit, so you would turn like inky dark every time you committed a crime, which is kind of weird when you think about it.
Okay, yeah.
And it's especially creepy looking if you were a vampire, because the orange glowy eyes would not get shaded dark. So you'd just be like this pitch black, shadowy looking humanoid shape that had these like piercing glowing orange dots where the eyes would be. And it was just like really creepy looking. It was cool, but it was like kind of creepy. But in first person, it's really neat because you can look at look at your arms and everything and just see like the shadows like overtake your body and everything. And then all the enemies around you start getting all poisoned, and then you take out the mace and just start like destroying everything. It's just it's pretty fun.
Well, I would imagine, yeah.
another playthrough where it's like an actual good playthrough where the character doesn't get corrupted by the Ogma Infinium and they, you know, they kind of, I don't know, go the original path I was trying to go at the start. It's just kind of like that thing where you start what's supposed to be a good playthrough and then you just halfway through that decide, I kind of want to do the evil playthrough now.
Understandable. That's very understandable.
With the Fallout 4 VR version, that one currently has an issue for me where I boot up the game, I load it up, and then once I get done at the bathroom mirror where you make your character, my head goes to the ground, like literally sticks to the ground, and I can't move.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically unplayable.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
So I need to figure out why that's happening, because other than running it through Mod Organizer, it doesn't have any actual, like, substantial mods or anything in it. It's literally just the vanilla game. I always try to get the game working basic first before I start gradually adding mods to it, instead of dumping all the mods I wanted and being like, oh no, there's 32 errors.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
But what I'd really like to do is get, like, the Astartes Power Armor mod, and then just kind of roleplay through the Wasteland as, like, a Black Templar purging anything that's not human. Because that'd be funny. And get to actually hold a bolter in my hands and see, like, the inside heads-up display of the armor, because I'm pretty sure with Fallout 4 VR, when you get into power armor, you see, like, an actual heads-up display and, like, inside of the armor.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously gonna have to join the Brotherhood of Steel.
As one should, yeah.
Which would make the most sense, because the Institute, they make the synths, and it's like, to a Space Marine, that would be like abominable intelligence.
Yeah.
And you don't want to join the Railroad, because, again, abominable intelligence and heresy.
Heresy. In my Emperor-fearing server.
And, you know, I don't know what they would think of the Minutemen. I mean, you know, actually they might not be fans of them, because the Minutemen will tolerate ghouls. And I don't think the Space Marines would tolerate ghouls.
No, they would not. They barely tolerate the felinids.
The heretic!
Yep.
Kill the mutant! Purge the unclean!
Oh. Oh, crap. Ah, man, I gotta go for a battle.
I also haven't played Fallout 4, just the regular one, in a while, so it would be nice to play it again, but also in like a VR type setting.
Yeah,
And to be able to rebuild my mods list.
makes sense.
Hope that the mods have like improved since the last time I made a setup. Because there's some that were really cool, and there's others where it's like, you go to an area where there was like a new building or a new faction, and then the game just instantly crashes, and it's just like, why is this happening?
No, yeah, Fallout has always been infamous to me about its performance issues, and you need to get mods to make it run smoothly.
Well, and there's other things too, like, I mean, at this point, it's a little bit of an older game, and Skyrim is very much an older game at this point. But, you know how in Baldur's Gate you can, like, romance characters and whatnot and do stuff like that?
Yeah.
Sometimes I try to add, like, similar features into my mod setups, but you have to be really careful about it because some of them are just, like, really not well made. like if you're very selective about it with the Skyrim stuff, you can have like decent like character romance options added in the game.
Yeah.
You know, where you can like actually like if you get married in the game, you can actually interact with your spouse more, or give them gifts, or compliment them and stuff like that, which is kind of cool because usually in the game, you get married to someone and then you just kind of become roommates, and that's like it.
Yeah.
Like they never actually, you know what I mean? But I'm really hoping they improve those kinds of mods in Fallout 4 also, because the last time I tried to like use a mod that was supposed to add stuff like that, it had a really fatal flaw, like super fatal flaw, where if you tried to click the button to open up the add item menu, which basically you can think of that as like if you want like an easy cheat command thing that just lets you look at a full inventory of all items from all the mods and from the base game. Super useful feature, but this like romance interaction type mod had a serious flaw where every time you tried to use the add item menu mod, it tried to trigger, not gonna go into details, but let's just say it tried to trigger an event with whatever the hell was nearby.
Oh.
Human or not, and I found out the hard way. I was like, no, reload save, reload save.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So this time around, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm not installing that one. I hope there's an alternative that doesn't have that fatal flaw in it.
Yeah, understandable. Alright, I should be calling it a night though, just because I do
Don't
need
want to be driving on like 0 hours of sleep.
Yeah. That, and I still gotta... I have to finish painting a crown for this, for a woman too. And I want to make sure I paint it right, because I'm using all my mini paints to re-go over it, because it's a cheap crown she bought off Temu.
Ah.
But she wants it in a different color, and so I started painting it for her, but... you know, I want to make sure I'm doing it just the right way so I don't make any additional mistakes.
Okay. Well, best of luck with that, and with the driving you're gonna do.
Thanks, I'll try my best. But it was good talking with you, man. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Alright, and yeah, I'm just gonna be ending stream here. So thank you guys for showing up, thanks for watching, and for spending time with me. I will hopefully be able to stream this later today, but I'll get this figured out as best as I can. Till then, thank you everybody for watching. We finally got a Sableye. I am so excited. However, since I was talking with my friend, I wanted to hold my excitement, but we got a friggin' Sableye. Finally. Anyways, with that out of the way, thank you guys again for your time, for watching, and for being here. Till then, take care, and I'll see you whenever I see you next.